Let's get peppy. Welcome to PEP 190 now. PEP or Planet Extra podcast is an offshoot of Planet America on ABC Australia, which you can see on Wednesdays, one more week, at 9:30 p.m. on ABC TV, and 8 p.m. on Fridays, one more week on ABC News, or anytime you like on iView or Facebook at ABC Planet America, or on YouTube on the ABC News In-Depth channel. On PEP, we cover all the stuff as too nerdy for TV. If you're listening to us, you can also find PEP on YouTube and Facebook, where you'll also find timestamps and show notes in the blurb. And if you leave a comment under the videos, we are likely to see it. You can also tweet us at PEPCHASDRDAVE. That's at PepChazDrDave. If you want to chat to some fellow peppers, you can join our Discord server. It's on the screen right now, or in the blurb of the podcast. But if you want to contact me or Lockie the Lackey privately, why not email us? We might even start replying now. Lockie and I went to the email for the first time this week in about a month. And we start replying to people. We will reply to everyone, probably in the holidays, 3 weeks after you forgot we existed. That email address is producer@pepthepodcast.com. That address again is producer@pepthepodcast.com. And if you want to buy merch, that address is www.pepchazdaveshop.com. That's pepchazdaveshop.com. Perfect for Christmas. But for now, I have the pleasure of introducing the men who never raise the stakes in inconsequential views. I'm talking, of course, about Dr. Dave Smith and Mr. Richard Cooke. Hi, lads.
Hi, Chaz. How are you?
I'm great. Didn't stutter once.
No.
That wasn't bad.
And I'm enjoying the increasingly pronounced vibrato in Too Nerdy for TV.
Very, very. It's that Placido Domingo of nerds. For your information at home, we're recording this on Friday at 3:20 p.m. And we've got a good 2 hours 40 ahead of us now. And then there's going to be a little bit more correspondence after that in the Unleashed. But first, fellas, what are you grateful for?
I'm going to give a disclaimer first.
Oh, shit.
Which is,
I can't believe I forgot.
We almost got into serious legal trouble there. So I'm an associate professor at the US Studies Centre at the University of Sydney. If you're listening to this rather than watching, this is David Smith speaking, not Richard Cooke. And I work at those institutions, but I don't speak for either of those institutions. That doesn't change just because it's a tripod or a tetrapod or whatever other abomination we're going to unleash on you. That stays the same.
Rich, do you have a disclaimer?
Yeah, I just wanted to know what would happen if I said I was speaking on behalf of the US Studies. I don't work there, but I am speaking on behalf of the US Studies Centre at the University of Sydney. Do the bailiffs come and pull me off the podcast?
Let's find out. Yeah. Make it spicy, Richie. For those who are getting confused with all these male voices, albeit the other two aren't quite as nasal as my one, if you listen to us on Spotify, which a lot of people do, if you just open your eyes for a second, you'll see that we're now broadcasting on video on Spotify as well.
What?
Yes, that's right. The improvements keep on coming. Watch out, Rogan. We're coming for your bald head, mate. That was unnecessary. So now we've got all the disclaimers out of the way, and I've made an enemy for life with both Joe Rogan and people with ears. What are you grateful for, fellas?
Well, I'm grateful for Australia's elite bowling attack.
Yeah,
who is currently putting India to the sword. But I'd also say a special not grateful for anybody in Perth generally, and anybody in Perth specifically who doesn't show up to watch the cricket. You'll show up for the Fremantle Dockers and the West Coast Eagles and what other terrible AFL teams you have there. You'll cram a phone booth. But whatever fake place, Optus Stadium, the Wacker, whatever it's called these days, that's showing or not showing cricket, you just refuse to enter the doors. It should be illegal for Perth to host test matches and Hobart too.
And that was on behalf of the United States Studies Centre as well. I look, to be fair to the Perth Peppers, and I'm sure like the whole of Perth listens to us, and to be fair to them, you can't expect them to support an Australian cricket team with that tiny number of mullets. I mean, they've been following the West Coast and the Fremantle for so long. They have become very used to a certain kind of hairstyle, and there is none of that in the Australian cricket team. So, fair crack.
See, I never would have said that about people in Perth. I was trying to give them a hard time, but not that hard a time.
I was being nice to them. Dave, what are you grateful for?
Perth is my second favourite city in Australia.
This is good. This is good balance. I like this. It's the ABC vibe seeping into you. Dave.
I am grateful for René Magritte, the Belgian surrealist painter. There is a fantastic exhibition of his work on at the Art Gallery of New South Wales at the moment. You can't go to that if you're in Perth, sorry. But if you're in Sydney, I highly recommend it. Magritte was very different from all of the other surrealists because he didn't believe that the subconscious mattered very much, and he thought that the surrealist obsession with the subconscious was a bit stupid. He thought that dreams weren't about meaning, they were about ideas. And so that was the kind of, so it's a very different kind of surrealism. It's surrealism that makes you think. I mean, Salvador Dali also makes you think, but he makes you think, who is this wanker?
Dave, now, you can probably work out why my face just changed immediately as soon as you said René Magritte. Can you?
No.
You
mean because an apple appeared in front of it?
No, because I know nothing about art whatsoever, but I know a lot about Paul Simon.
Oh.
and so that was just, it just made sense to me all of a sudden.
Right.
There you go. That's an interesting reference, which I hadn't gotten until the exact moment. Maybe I should study art one of these days. Richie, what are you going to say?
Yeah, I was going to say I thought that you might be perking up because of your long-standing interest in non-Freudian surrealism. But of course, it's just because of a chart hit from the 70s, 80s and 90s.
Yes. Of course it is. Okay, well, I'm grateful for I'm grateful for The Onion. The Onion buying Infowars. I'm really grateful for that. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, recall Alex Jones, that $1.4 billion judgment against him for saying repeatedly that the Sandy Hook school shooting was fake. They were actors, crisis actors. Jones couldn't pay the penalty because I think he spends his entire fortune on stents. I think that man has a stent in every artery. But the families agreed to settle for $85 million, which he still couldn't pay off. So they're now selling off his assets one by one, starting off with his business, which The Onion just bought. Now, number one, I'm incredibly interested to see what The Onion does with Infowars' back catalogue when they relaunch the site in January, which I'm pretty excited about. But secondly, some of Alex Jones's buddies placed their own bid against The Onion. They called themselves First United American, and they bid $3.5 million for Infowars, but The Onion bid $1.75 million and somehow won. Now you might be wondering, how is it possible for them to win with half the money? And the way they won was, do you know this?
No.
The Sandy Hook families agreed to forgo their recovery from the bid to increase the value of the bid. So that's the reason why therefore there was more going to the other creditors. So it was a more successful bid, even though it was half as much money because the family wanted to help them out. Their families, sorry. And so what I'm grateful for here is that these people finally seem to be moving on because, they have obviously had an awful experience. They lost their kids. You might never come back from that. They got weirdos hassling them all the time. To this day, they got weirdos hassling them from Alex Jones. So the fact that they're happy to play along with The Onion's joke to that extent suggests to me that they're open to humor. And where there's humor, there's healing. And so I am grateful to them. I'm grateful on their behalf that they might be taking steps back from Jonesville, so to speak. That's what.
And Alex Jones, only the second most disgraced Al Jones in the broadcasting business.
By the way, I don't know if you've seen Alex Jones recently. Have either of you guys seen him recently?
No.
Bankruptcy works well for him. Like, he's lost weight. He's not growling anymore. He's sounding like a normal person.
I don't worry about getting killed. I don't worry about getting put in prison. And Lord knows they've tried.
What
strange.
shade of red is he at the moment?
Well, this is the thing. I think the stents in every artery are working because he's less red than he used to be as well. I'm not saying, look, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's normal. I'm not saying he's even close to normal. But, he's if what he used to be was 100 and what we are is 0, then he's probably, I'd say 40 at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
My theory is that he's no longer taking his own Infowars supplements.
Right.
Might be it.
Which is why his skin is less red. I've taken Infowars supplements before.
Yeah,
Really?
that's right. You had an article on that,
Yeah,
didn't
for a
you?
story about nootropics. I took the brain. Is it Brain Force? I can't remember who it had. I took
remember.
I can't
That's
remember,
cool.
so it doesn't work very well.
That's right.
I took some of Mike Cernovich's Gorilla Mindset product as well.
Wasn't it called Gorilla Mind Smooth?
Yeah, Gorilla Mind Smooth. There was one called Gorilla Mind Smooth. That's right.
And well, spoiler, did it work?
It just made me a bit agitated, but that's hard to tell. I need a placebo to do a double-blind trial on myself. I didn't have that kind of funding.
Yeah, that does explain a lot. Okay, so that's enough grateful. Now we've got correspondence now.
Okay.
Back to correspondence.
Great.
I'm going to try and rattle through these, and well, I've got too much here. I'll just stop halfway through and just put the rest at the end of the.
There's no such thing as too much.
Well,
that's one of PEP's many mottos.
That is certainly the case when we're talking about lengthy court cases, but in this case, correspondence. Okay, let's start. This is a real quick one to begin with. Unpronounceable correspondence. Remember the word I couldn't say last week? It's distichiasis. Distichiasis. That's double lines of eyelashes.
Okay.
Distichiasis. Thank you very much, Harry Numbnuts. You're always there for us. Some Blue Sky correspondence from Dido? Not Dido. No, not Dido. DJ, someone. D and O's. Just imagine a bunch of D's and O's. Hey, Chaz, are you or Lockie looking into getting a PEP presence on Blue Sky? Please do it. It is coming next year. This week we just did the Spotify one thing at a time. We're not going to get off Twitter because I just want to be where people are, and there are still people on Twitter, but people are also on Blue Sky now. So we'll get on Blue Sky as well. And should you start your own social media engine with people, I promise you I'll join that as well. So we will get there in 2 weeks' time in PEP time. I have been messing with Blue Sky. Have you guys tried Blue Sky yet?
No.
Yeah, I'm on Blue Sky now.
Have you been banned yet?
No.
It seems pretty easy to get banned. I was playing with it a bit. It wasn't hard. And, I hope you don't get banned for just putting up podcasts, but I think we'll be safe. How have you found it?
Well, I haven't really posted to it much, but I have noticed that the amount of unsolicited neo-Nazi memes I'm receiving every morning with my breakfast has dropped precipitously since getting off Twitter.
I did notice that, yeah, when I went on Blue Sky, there was approximately 100% less posts from Elon Musk greeting me when I opened the app, even though I don't follow Elon Musk. Bloody prick, he's always in your face. Anyway, but yes, so thank you. That's left-wing Rogan correspondence. There's a lot of that. We were asking at the left-wing Rogan last week, Dave. Dave's very interested in that topic, as you can tell. Chris said, how to make a left-wing Joe Rogan? Don't cancel Ellen, he said. Now, look, that's as far as I'm concerned, I think I have to disagree with you, Chris. I think you're missing the point here. There's no shortage of left-leaning people on mainstream television. The problem is that mainstream television is irrelevant. And that was replacing mainstream television. There is less left-wing people on. Like Ellen wasn't the problem. They're what's replaced Ellen is Drew Barrymore. Drew Barrymore is pretty left, but no one gives a shit. So yeah, I think that that's my view. Do you guys got any thoughts there, Rich? I know Dave's not interested.
I'm really not.
I'm happy to jump on this grenade on Dave's behalf.
There is more correspondence coming on this. So.
Look, there used to be a liberal Joe Rogan. His name was Joe Rogan.
I made that point last week.
Yeah, so Joe Rogan was part of the broader Democratic extended universe, and it was the narrowing of that universe which pushed him and others like him out. I understand that some of that is over concerns about stuff like vaccination. There's all sorts of conspiracy adjacent views, which I think are not cancellation worthy. And they're held by so many Americans that if you preclude everyone who believes or half believes in a conspiracy theory, that's a lot of people gone. You've got to meet people where they are to a degree, especially if they're the most popular podcaster in the world.
Yeah. Sean also makes the point. He said there was a growing podcast movement on the left. This is along the lines of what you're talking about, Rich, that appealed to younger men from 2016 through to 2020. Most notably Chapo Trap House. They were referred to as the dirtbag left, and they had a populist, irreverent style that appealed to young men. Whether the young men who listened to this type of podcast could ever have been drawn into supporting the mainstream Democrats is an unknown, but there was no attempt by the Democrats to appeal to them at all. Instead of trying to get them on side, they're instead derided as Bernie bros and criticised for not having enough diverse voices, which is what you're talking about not as a cancelling, but just not embracing what is available to you to embrace.
Yeah, it's a cultural issue ahead of a political issue. I'm not exactly sure how the Democrats would appeal to Chapo Trap House other than saying the R word, and that's not somewhere they necessarily should go. So, yeah, it's more of a broader cultural issue, especially which makes more sense in the US media world around who has power and who has audience. And those two things are not always the same.
Another thing along those lines was, it was actually a news story earlier this week. Jen Palmieri, who is one of the grand poobahs of the Harris campaign, said that there was a backlash. The reason why Harris didn't go on Rogan, she said there was a backlash with some of our progressive staff that didn't want her to be on it, and how there would be a backlash. So it sounds like they were actually just didn't want her on. The old staff of the New York Times, staff of Washington Post running the editorial for a while there kind of vibe. She then took that back the week after. She said, regardless of any blowback, the campaign had made a decision to pursue the interview, and the vice president was prepared to do it, but scheduling stopped them. Sure, I don't believe that, because she made her statement and then when it blew back over her face, then she tried to walk it back. But yeah.
I'm always a little skeptical of stories like that. I think young staffers sometimes do kick up a stink about that, but they don't have casting votes over what the Harris campaign does. It reminds me in Japan when a company makes a mistake and they tend to blame consultant workers.
Yes.
It's always easy to blame young, powerless people on your campaign for things going wrong.
A couple of other thoughts here from people before I go into a topic that Dave's interested in. There's from Asterath. On the note of the left-wing Rogan, they need to hire some. Get a PAC to fund them, just like the Republicans do. And Frolicking Nerd had a similar kind of point, which I'll just read everything she had to say, and then we can talk about that. She said, you can't simply question the existence of left-wing producers without mentioning Hassan Piker. He literally had the third largest online election coverage by viewers behind Turning Point, and unlike the streamers on Kick, his numbers aren't inflated by bots. Hassan has interviewed politicians including AOC and Ilhan Omar, and he's been featured on CNN. Also, read the left scaring crowds away. To a certain degree, I agree. A lot of the online left is insufferable, but there are many principled online crowds like Hassan who have been yelled at over their career and then stayed true to course. Part of the reason so many more right-wing groups like Turning Point and the Daily Wire exist is because they're funded by billionaires who want an avenue to push right-wing propaganda. There's no commercial interest for a millionaire to bankroll a left-wing org, as the org would advocate for higher taxation and progressive economic policy. And then she went on to say a lot of the left-wing ones are also subscriber or viewer funded, and that inherently limits their reach. Also, they get platformed on mainstream media like Daily Wire do on Fox. Thoughts?
All legit points.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. I mean, we know people in Australia who have started off kind of centrist TV figures who are just by a kind of process of elimination and sugar hits and incentives become more and more right-wing over time.
Who are you talking about,
Don't
Richie?
we, Chaz?
Oh, you name names there, Richie. I wouldn't. I would say while that was deft, I would say that the sugar hits that I get, the ABC are not to the right. I assure you of that. There isn't much reward being an ABC broadcaster who tries to defend the right. Oh yeah, one more. Democrats need to participate more in the YouTube podcast world. I agree. I dislike Rogan, but it's the reality of the modern age. Democrats, this is from Cheers. Democrats are missing opportunities to communicate with millions. It might be worth noting that low-trust right-wing podcasters may not necessarily invite Democrats onto their shows that frequently, but Democrats have even been snubbing progressive shows like David Pakman, who has recently pointed out that several Democrats have declined to appear on his show. The majority reports the same. So I just throw that out there. Yeah, Dave?
When you can accurately predict an election outcome months out based on people's views of the economy and presidential approval ratings, I really question how much going on any podcast is actually going to help you. The big message of this election for me was the campaign didn't matter at all.
I don't disagree.
Message didn't matter at all.
I don't disagree with you, Dave. The reason why we were talking about this last week because we were talking more about the long term.
Yeah, but I think there's too much focus on Democratic messages, who Democrats are talking to. Like, there's a lot of Democrats don't know how to talk to the working class. I don't think that's the issue. The issue is they don't know how to do anything for the working class or anyone else really at the moment.
Okay.
Bit of a problem.
Okay, let's change the topic to different election correspondence.
Yep.
This is president-focused correspondence. So
President-focused.
I'll be interested to see what you have to say about this one, Dave.
Okay.
One of the main issues the Democrats need to take seriously, I think, is they seem to be much more obsessed with the national campaign for president than the thousands of down-ballot and local races that are often unopposed.
Yep.
Republicans, on the other hand, know that it's important to stack local school boards with loyalists and QAnon people so that you can be constantly campaigning at every level of the federation. What do you think?
This is a very long-term problem. There have been moments when the Democrats have actually reversed this process for a little while. So 2018, where they were winning all up and down the ballot there, and that was one of the things that stood them in good stead for another 4 years. But at the moment they're back at one of these points, and given that the Democrats were this popular vote winning machine for 20 years, no matter what else they like. Now that they're no longer the popular vote winning machine, yes, they've got to refocus at the local level. They may find that easier to do once Trump is gone, because a lot of the Republican energy at the moment is coming from Trump loyalists, who part of the reason that they're getting in is actually to win contests against non-Trump Republicans. It's to enforce Trumpness in the Republican Party. Now, once, maybe not even once Trump is gone, like once he's no longer in elections, which is now, there may be a bit of a loss of that energy. I think there will actually be more of a chance for Democrats to come back. But yes, it's absolutely right. Yes.
You mentioned two things there I wouldn't mind backing over. The first of which was, I agree. Look, my first instinct was this was more a Obama era thing. Where Democrats were just ignoring anything but the presidential contest.
Absolutely.
And they paid badly for that.
They did. Yep.
But the second point you made, which I think is worth backing over, is that was exactly when the Republicans were focusing on grassroots more than ever because they had no other choice.
Yes.
In the Obama era, they had no chance of winning a presidential election. And so they were focused very much on the grassroots at that point in time.
Yeah.
So I think it's worth
and that's the other thing. They did refocus on the grassroots with Trump, but that was in-group policing in the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And I should say that was from Catastrophical. So did you want to say something, Richard?
Yeah, this is an Obama-era disease, isn't it? And we are kind of seeing the fruits of that era now, where Republicans have a bunch of generational political talents, a number of whom could have been president, and the Democratic bench looks a lot thinner. That's because they don't have the same kind of talent in state governors' races and senatorial races and places like that.
I would argue, and I think you mean this, I would argue that was particularly the case 2 years ago, 4 years ago, but that the bench is now rapidly becoming thicker on the Democrat side because the same thing happened on the opposite side during the Trump years.
That's right.
So now you've got your Wes Moore and you got your Shapiro, people who are now.
He sucks. So does Jared Polis, by the way. I know you like him, but he actually sucks.
We're getting in Jared Polis.
Yes.
I knew you'd you'd notice what I'm going to bring up.
Yes.
Whether you like them or not, the bench is there with a bunch of 4-year governors now that weren't there 4 years ago, for the reasons that Richard just said. But Atlas Intel correspondence, Dave, from Kevin. I was surprised to find, because we've been talking about Atlas Intel, I was surprised to find Atlas Intel is funded by the Roper Center for Public Opinion Research at Cornell University. Yeah. So it is a serious organization.
It is. It was always a very respectable poll. And the poll aggregators had to go out of their way to tell people that because no one had ever heard of it before. And it kept coming up with these outlier results that it turned out to be quite accurate.
So exactly accurate.
Yes.
And he also says that they had large polls too, nearly 3,000 people, which have reduced the margin of error.
That was because remember we were talking about this in the last week before the election. You're saying they somehow kept coming out with all of these big polls in multiple swing states on a very frequent basis, and I don't know how they were doing it, but they must have been very well funded. Did we establish what country they're from?
Brazil.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, at this point in time, I can see the clock ticking. So I'm just going to turn to Dave's specific correspondences, and the rest can go after the in the Unleashed.
Right.
Timeout says, did any other Peppers lose the trust and respect of their colleagues by pulling out Dr. Dave's factoid that a 13-point win for Trump in Florida could actually be good for Harris due to likely voter models?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Curious if Dr. Dave or the US Study Center will be offering compensation.
Yeah, look.
Speaking on behalf of the US Study Center, yes, they will be offering some compensation.
Yeah. Look, I'm sorry about that. I was making the point that Nate Cohn made this big deal about which was 13-point New York Times Siena poll that was an outlier relative to all of the others in Florida because of the fact that they weren't using recall weighted voting. But this was when New York Times was showing Harris in front in other promising points. So, yeah, sorry about that.
It's okay, I'm just teasing. Going woke correspondence from Dylan. On Dave's take, refuting the claim that Democrats lost by going woke, the example given to do so is purely focused around the strategy of the Harris campaign. And I don't think that refutes anything. Yes, the campaign itself, i.e. its marketing strategy, may have been the most right-wing since Bill Clinton. But when you elect a president, you don't just elect them, but the people and the power structure around them. It doesn't matter what Harris said during the campaign. Actions speak louder than words. People have the last 4 years of that party in power as an example of what electing a president from that party would be like. Would Harris really have overhauled the entire government to get rid of allegedly woke policies in the same way Trump et al. Threatened to? Did voters trust that she would? Aren't people saying that the most impactful ad of the election was Trump's they, them, you ad? So what's your response to that?
My response is this election was decided by inflation.
Yeah.
Wokeness, discourse about wokeness is the opiate of the elites. Like that, that's basically it. And in terms of 4 years of the Democrats, does that include the last year of Democrats screaming at college students about put your signs down, it's going to lose us the election? Do you want Trump to get elected? Because that's what's going to happen.
I like that new voice.
Yeah.
I want you to think about I want you to think about a character name for that voice, though. Okay, and second last one, the Second Temple of Jerusalem correspondence.
Yes.
Who
wants to see it?
This is from another Dr. Dave.
Okay.
Dr. Dave was nodding at 220, about when he said the Second Temple of Jerusalem was destroyed in 60 AD when the successful Roman siege was concluded in 70 AD.
Oh, sorry.
By the Roman general emperor to be Titus Flavius Vespasianus.
I stand corrected.
Vespasianus, I think.
Yes.
I'm being Aiden Ross again.
Yep.
Of course, his generally excellent recall, he's talking about you there, Dave, his generally excellent recall without recourse to notes is very impressive.
Thank you. I apologise to Josephus for that one.
The reason I read this is not to dunk on you. It's because he had some fun temple facts to add to it.
Good.
Some rabbinical traditions say the first temple constructed by Solomon was built without any cutting tools, but the stones were shaped by the mysterious Shamir, which could be either a magic gemstone or possibly a worm whose gaze could split stone. And we have some pictures there of what it looks like. There you go.
Yeah. See, where's Pete Hegseth going to get one of those from?
Such was the richness of the incense at the services of the first temple, Dave, that it caused goats to sneeze in Jericho 30 miles away, where women had no need for perfume. And for those who don't believe this, I've got the extract. You can see it right now on the video, possibly on Spotify. That's real. And also, Dave, maintaining the ritual purity of the high priest before the Yom Kippur sacrifices involved keeping him awake to prevent the risk of his being inadvertently defiled by a wet dream. The best way to keep him awake? Pique his interest by reading him the more difficult and obscure scriptures.
Wow.
So there we go. So
this sounds like you could have done that job, Chaz. You could have been that priest.
I could have. I'm pretty sure that there would have been serious wet dreams happening if I was there reading out correspondence to the young lads. Finally, Dave, this is allergic to cats correspondence.
Okay.
Not that you have a problem with allergies to cats.
I do not, but my dad does.
Well, this will be interesting to him.
Okay.
This is from Teddy. You can get cat food that reduces the allergens, but also, I believe chickens that live with cats can start producing the antibodies in their eggs.
Really?
So theoretically, you can do it yourself if you own chickens.
Okay.
Depends on how badly you want a cat, I guess, he says.
Yeah. I mean, also, cat-chicken cooperation
Yeah.
is not always optimal.
Well, I was going to say, you think cat chicken cooperation ain't good. Whippet chicken cooperation is a real problem. Let me tell you, my whippet wants chickens a lot more than I want a cat. My whippet wants chickens for lunch real bad. So I won't be getting chickens, but your dad might.
Okay.
Maybe.
My dad has owned the chickens before.
Well, there you go.
This sounds like the start of a Clarkson's Farm style spin-off series for Pep Podcast, where you guys have farms inside your houses consisting of cats and chickens and whippets and chickens.
Sounds like delectable viewing, Rich. Now, Rich, you get ready to tell us your thoughts on the first week of nominations in a second.
Okay, I'm bracing.
If you have any. But while you're preparing, I'm going to give you guys a quick update on the election numbers because they're still coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Presidency, 49.9% now to Trump, 48.3% to Harris. So it's a 1.6% margin now, 2.5 million votes difference, which makes Trump's margin the 44th biggest popular vote margin by percentage in history out of 51. So it's not such a big margin these days. The House is currently 219 to 213 with 3 seats left to be called. It's looking like it's going to be 221 to 214. The House vote was 50.7% Republican, which is 0.1% more than they won in 2022. So basically it's just stasis
Wow.
from 2022. And to put in context how close this all was in the end, if there had been a 1% swing nationwide,
Yeah.
not only would Harris have been president, the Democrats would have won the House 220 to 215.
Yeah.
The Republicans would still won the Senate 52 to 48, though, instead of 53 to 47. Also interesting, the popular vote margin was 1.68%, it now seems, although there's going to be still another 1% to go. So that might close probably to about 1.5%, I'd say. But the margin in Pennsylvania, which was the tipping point state, was 1.74%, which means there's basically zero election college bias now. It's gone. So there you go. State results, Republicans stayed with 27 governors, Democrats stayed with 23 governors. There were more than 5,000 state legislature seats up for grabs. See, I'm talking about the lower levels. 78% of all state seats, Republicans gained 50 out of 5,000 in that election. So they've still got about 55%, which is what they had before. Ranked choice ballot, remember we talked about ranked choice ballot in Alaska?
Yep.
It got up by 664 votes.
Awesome.
50.1% to 49.9%. That's 664 votes out of 340,000. So I'm pretty pleased about that.
Well done, Alaska. Would have been better if it was 666.
Yes, it would.
But 664 is pretty good.
We'll take the result, if not the symbolism. Richie, what's your view on the last week?
So, have you guys ever had a look at the periodic table recently?
Yes, because sometimes it features in trivia questions.
Yeah.
I haven't.
You know how there's the end of the periodic table is all those new synthetic elements.
Is that where polarizer is found?
I'm not sure a polarizer is an element. It's certainly not a real
I didn't notice
element.
the polarizer was there.
Richie always brings a polarizer.
Okay.
So, and there's
But he's put it in plastic so I can't fondle it.
you can
You can open
what
it.
you do in your own time over it. So they're all these synthetic elements.
Yes.
At the end of the periodic, and they're
Unstable.
They're so unstable that you can't see that they've existed. You can't look at them. You only know that they once existed. And there are lots of Trump nominations which feel a bit like that. They've been in existence for such short, they're so unstable, they're so non-Newtonian that am I even perceiving them, or have I just perceived that they once existed, right?
Sure.
So when you're like asking me about what do I think about Pete Hegseth, this is like asking what do I think about Tennessine?
Right, okay.
What I'm not even sure if I'm able to perceive it in the sense that we talk about day to day. So I wanted to remind people there's this great Wikipedia entry. Yeah. It's called List of Short Tenure Donald Trump Political Appointments.
Yes.
Have you seen this?
I haven't seen it, but I know of it.
So, I mean, you probably remember some of these, but for me, it's a real trip down memory lane. It's like the scene in the noir when someone says, I haven't heard that name in years. Like, how about Brenda? And a lot of the people on this list of short tenure appointments are the shortest tenures that these officers have ever had.
And are these official appointments or are these actings?
So these are official. These are people who are in the office. They're not actings. They're not nominees. Yeah. So apparently Gaetz is the shortest half-life of any nominee for the AG position ever.
Really?
Yeah. Nobody has had a shorter period of consideration, which is then drawn to a close. It only lasted 8 days.
Yes.
And you think, oh, well, that's something special. But then you remember a name like Brenda Fitzgerald. Remember her?
I don't remember Brenda Fitzgerald. Which one was she?
Director of the CDC.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
How long was she there for?
Shortest ever director of the CDC. She started on July 7, 2017, ended January 31, 2018. And one of the reasons that she left is because it was discovered that she had taken money from tobacco companies. I don't know about during, but certainly beforehand.
RFK was right about their corruption.
RFK was right about their corruption. Yeah. So this kind of motley crew of people, this is very Trump, isn't it?
Sebastian Gorka.
When I'd love to hear your Gorka voice, by the way, either one of you. But when people ask me, oh, what do you think, they ask me about Trump, they ask me about Trumpism, I usually say that I'm more worried by cultural Trumpism than political Trumpism.
Yeah.
And what that means is I think that, Trump is going to struggle in the same way that he struggled in the first term to conduct policy over time and find people who are able to implement it without infighting and these kinds of things. But more broadly, culturally, in the US and elsewhere, this is Christmas for assholes.
Yeah.
We have gone from a period where a serious allegation of sexual assault would preclude you from office to a period where it doesn't preclude you from office to a period where it seems like it might be something in the plus column if it's considered at all.
Actually, I think that's a great call, Christmas for assholes. And originally, what my concern about the first Trump administration was exactly that, the cultural impact. Because my point of view is that it doesn't just affect Trump supporters, it also affects Trump opponents. Everyone becomes worse.
Yeah.
Because people respond to each other. And we all just chase each other down the rabbit hole of assholedom, essentially. But I was going to say, there's an example this week. That was a perfect example of what you're talking about, which is now we're not going to be talking about the Nancy Mace thing today, but that is just a perfect example. If you followed the Nancy Mace thing at all and you looked at any of her 126 tweets in 24 hours about the bathroom story, you would have seen thousands of comments in reply that were just horrific, just horrible people feeling permission to thrive. And it's not like Trump said to these people, you must be as horrible as you possibly can be to transgender people. They have just sensed Christmas time for assholes.
Yep.
You're absolutely right. And they're just cutting sick. Now, I know that they would be thinking, oh, this is the transgender issue is on our side after the ad campaign during the election campaign. And so now we can go around. So now's our time to rub people's face in the dirt with that. They might have been thinking that, but I also think they just felt like, well, there's no repercussions anymore. I can just be as much of a dickhead as I like. If it's because it's fun. Great, let's go. And I think that's what you're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah, and one way we're looking at this kind of rogues gallery of people who have joined Trumpism. Sometimes they're Democrats, sometimes they are even liberal Democrats. And you're thinking, okay, well, what do all these people have in common? And some of those people are looking at a kind of arbitrage opportunity. I would put Elon Musk in that category. They're seeing something, which has a lot of power, but also a lot of latitude. And they think, well, I can just use this as a vehicle to do what I want. But a lot of other people are winding up there the same way that people wind up in particular aspects of the conservative media, because they want to be in an accountability-free environment for things that they've done wrong. I think RFK is clearly in that group, fits that description. And what's concerning, if this was just a waste of time or these were just bad nominees, that would be one thing. But some of them are bad nominees who are making good points about the right things. So let's put RFK's views on vaccines to one side for one moment and look at his views on regulatory capture with places like the FDA. He makes some good points. If you've listened to long podcasts or speeches by him where he talks about this stuff, he's right about some of the aspects of the regulatory state in the US. But is he going to be the person who fixes them? Or is he going to be the person who comes in, runs things even more incompetently and more chaotically? And the second part, so you remove the bad regulation and instead of replacing it with better regulation, which requires policy attention and ability to, work in an institutional and legal framework, instead what's going to happen is it's going to be replaced with nothing, and the nothing is going to be run by people who are incompetent. And part of that is, I wouldn't say it's by design, but I keep thinking of this old PJ O'Rourke joke where he said, Republicans say government doesn't work and then get elected and prove it.
There was an analogy that I was talking to one of the writer on Planet America, Scott Abbott, about, and he said, whatever you do, don't use that analogy on PEP, because he could tell I was thinking about it.
Here we go.
But I'm going to use it. Because what you just said was exactly it. So my analogy I want to draw to the populist misdiagnosing or mistreating a problem that they correctly identify. The analogy I would draw to is when you're cracking a joint, like either a neck or your butt or your back or whatever. The reason why you're not supposed
I thought you meant something completely different.
Much more relief. The joints I'm talking about, Dave, I assure you. If you, for instance, I'm a neck cracker, right? And the reason I'm not meant to crack your neck is because if your neck is tense, when you do an action to crack it, you are going to probably crack the most mobile part of the neck, not the stiff part, right? That's the easiest bit to crack. And it provides you with relief. At the moment, you identify the stiffness. You go, okay, well, I'm going to crack it. You feel better. But actually what just happened was you did nothing for the actual stiff part of the neck. You only made the bit which has no problems feel fine. And then so it just keeps on getting stiffer. And then it makes you want to crack it more. And so you keep on cracking it. And what happens is the mobile part becomes hypermobile. The stiff part never gets relief. And you end up screwing up your neck. Right? That's the problem. And I feel like this is the neck cracking form of governance.
I think this is a perfect analogy because RFK would probably approve your brand of quack office chiropractic, where you used to just get the heaviest people in the office to stand on your back, and it almost got you permanent nerve damage doing that.
It wasn't permanent. Let's not exaggerate, Rich.
Wasn't at some point that they were saying you might permanently lose mobility in one of your limbs?
But not because someone stood on my back. It was because of. Let's not get into this. The point is, RFK looks like he'll be the perfect person to step on my back. So if you're listening to RFK, I know you're a pepper. Please come to Australia and stand on my back as soon as you possibly can. Why don't we just talk about RFK? Richie's popped open the can. Dave, what are your thoughts on that?
I just want to start by saying that the only better Wikipedia page than list of short duration Trump appointments, which is wonderful, I hadn't seen that before, is list of defunct NBL teams. Yeah, Launceston City Casino. Do you know that they won the NBL in 1981?
Sounds like the house won.
City of Sydney Astronauts, Devonport Warriors. Yeah.
Why do they keep on trying Tasmania? What are they doing?
I don't know. The Nunawading Spectres.
The Nunawading Spectres.
Yeah, they became the East Side Spectres, who then became the Melbourne Spectres. That's about the time when my consciousness of the NBL was at its peak.
And maybe if they became the Phil Spectres, they wouldn't be defunct. People would actually want to watch them. Anyway, so yes.
These really sound like made-up teams from a movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what do you think of RFK? We're going via the East Side Spectres, but what do you think with this kind of regulatory? How can you reform regulations when the import of the Chevron decision is to get rid of the state's ability to regulate?
Yeah. Look, as you say, he's got a point, and part of his appeal is to people who instinctively look at any debate and quite reasonably decide that whichever side the money is on is wrong. And like that is a very reasonable instinct. And yeah, so people distrust big pharma, distrust the food industry, and they distrust environmental polluters as well. So that's part of his cross-sectional appeal. A few years ago, a co-author of mine from Western Australia and another co-author from Flinders University did a study on parents who don't vaccinate, and our study was specifically about how they viewed the vaccinating mainstream. Like, what did they think was actually going on with people who vaccinate, given how, completely wrong-headed they think it was? What did they think was going on? And what we got from these interviews, which were conducted in South Australia, were that they've got this view of modernity as being just hopelessly corrupted and polluted by industrialization, mass production. And the way that they see it is there's this sort of inescapability of mass society, that for most people it's just the path of least resistance to go into the same cookie-cutter range of options as everyone else that's determined for you by the medical and food industries. And so these are people who are very proud of the fact that they don't do that, that they, that they conduct their own research, which has become the notorious phrase. We're doing this study in 2017 before that would become the kind of catchphrase that it is now. And they were... they basically see modernity as fundamentally unhealthy. And that's that's what I see RFK as tapping into. That's entirely consonant with I go out and take a bear's carcass off the road with the intent of eating it, because a bear's carcass that you find on the road for RFK is healthier than something that you're going to find in a supermarket. And there is that quite aristocratic kind of element to it, that in order to live this kind of life, you've got to have a fuckload of spare time and a lot of money to do it. Either that or just live off the grid completely. So that's what RFK's tapping into, and I can see what the appeal is. I just don't think it's very good to have that in charge of a government agency.
And we are, of course, talking about the Health and Human Services Secretary there, or potentially. I'm going to just develop what you just said, Richie, a bit there, which is first of all, we should actually hear from RFK, him saying what he has been specifically ordered to do as HHS Secretary.
But he said he wants me to do three things. One, clean up the corruption of the agencies, particularly the conflicts of interest that have turned those agencies into captive agencies for the pharmaceutical industry and the food industry, the other industries that they're supposed to be regulating. Number two, to return those agencies to the gold standard science, the empirically based, evidence-based medicine that they were famous for when I was a kid. And number three, to make America healthy again, to end the chronic disease epidemic. And President Trump has told me that he wants to see measurable, concrete results within 2 years in terms of a measurable diminishment in chronic disease among America's kids.
So that's what he says he's been tasked with. And as you say, Richie, like some of that stuff is, good stuff. Like experts agree that America's high level of chronic disease is linked to widespread availability of highly processed, non-nutritious food. They agree on that.
Yes.
And they do blame that, at least in part, on broken agriculture policy. They do agree with him there. They also agree that there is a serious conflicts of interest issues in the FDA's drug approval process that favour big pharmaceutical companies over the little guy. They do agree with that. But first of all, anything worth doing in those realms is going to face huge resistance.
Yeah.
Because they're embedded in the power centers of government, and you're going to need Congress to do anything. And you can bet your life if there are special interests influencing the FDA, they're also influencing Congress.
Yes.
So there is that. But also, let's have a look at some of these things he's talking about in more detail. He wants to overhaul the food stamps program to make food stamps for healthier food. He wants to crack down on pesticides in agriculture. He wants to improve the quality of food in the school lunches program. He wants to issue tighter regulations on factory farming. Do you know what they all have in common?
My guess, I'm not sure if I know what some of them have in common. I'm not sure if it's all of them. Are these all things which might be happening in California already?
That's a good guess. Maybe it's true, but where I was going is none of them have anything to do with the HHS department.
It's all stuff that would require congressional action.
It's also all stuff that comes under the Department of Agriculture, which is what he should have been appointed for.
Yes.
Because the damage he does is in the HHS area. The potential good things he could do is in the agriculture space. And so he's been appointed in the wrong department, in my view, for the kinds of stuff he's talking about.
I'm also very worried when I see him say, we need to return to the gold standard science.
Yeah.
It's like that's one thing that actually isn't lacking in the HHS. The difference between now and when I was a boy is that now he disagrees with the science. So when he says return to the gold standard science, he means science he agrees with. And when he talks about he's going to achieve a measurable decrease in chronic disease, the easiest way and the most Trumpy way to achieve that is to fuck up the measurements.
Yeah.
Which is what I suspect is going to happen.
That's probably true.
Yep.
I'll throw in one more thing on the Department of Agriculture before I move off it. Another thing he's worried about is food inspections, which he's right. Meat, poultry, egg factories are all inspected daily by the Agriculture Department, while every other kind of food production facility, including the farms which have produce that is responsible for most of the foodborne illnesses in America, are inspected maybe once a year by the FDA. Why do they have a split food inspection across two departments when one is doing a good job and the other one's doing a terrible job? Get the Department of Agriculture to do inspections for all food.
I find your commitment to saying he's been appointed to the wrong department touching, as if this was really supposed to interfere with stuff like Iowa corn farmers being able to sell high fructose corn syrup off the back of their agricultural subsidies. This is exactly why. I mean, the reason, or part of the reason, that these inspections are split in the way that they are is because the first Trump administration allowed factories like Boar's Head, responsible for the big listeria outbreak, to self-regulate and self-inspect, where they went round marking every time they saw green mold dripping into the food with a clipboard and did nothing about it.
Look, I'm not denying what you're saying. I'm just saying that if he wants to make a difference, that's where you make it.
You can summarize all of these problems with the very simple observation. When you go to the United States from Australia and taste bread, it tastes like cake.
Yeah.
That is the basic problem. I don't see RFK fixing that at all because, the kind of vested interests that involve, those could only be dealt with, if at all, at the level of Congress. Yeah. And there's no way that Congress is dealing
I completely agree. By the way, they could also make him EPA director, which is what Obama considered doing in 2008.
Really?
That is what he's actually qualified for. He's an environmental lawyer. That, like, the
I
only
didn't realise he was qualified for anything except falconry.
If there was a Department of Falconry, I would definitely appoint him. But no, he's a successful environmental lawyer. He should, like, EPA makes sense. That's what Obama thought, at least, when he was considering him. But yeah, anyway. But I was going to say, I've just told you now a whole bunch of things.
Yes.
That he says he wants to do.
Yeah.
And that he could do. Now let's look at what he's actually done. This illustrates the problem with RFK. So far, he's only done one thing. He's only talked about one thing. And what that is he declared on January 20, this is a quote from RFK, on January 20, the Trump White House will advise all U.S. water systems to remove fluoride from public water. Fluoride is an industrial waste associated with arthritis, bone fractures, bone cancer, IQ loss, neurodevelopmental disorders, and thyroid disease. President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump want to make America healthy again. Now, I think it's worth drilling into this because, number one,
so to speak,
just like plaque, it's worth drilling the teeth and enamel. It's worth drilling into this because number one, this has nothing to do with any of the things he's talked about. No. And this shows how he gets distracted by bullshit.
Yes.
Number one. Number two, it's not based on nothing. This is classic RFK.
Yes.
Where he's identified something that has some reality to it.
Yes.
But then he misinterprets, overinterprets,
Yes.
whatever. Because let's look at the reality here. The reality is that the EPA places limits on fluoride in drinking water of 4 milligrams per litre, right? They've been putting fluoride in water since 1945. 209 million people in America currently have fluoride in their tap water. Okay. Now, the HHS currently recommends for tooth protection, all you need is level at 0.7 milligrams per litre. And there's plenty of water out there that has more than that. The Safe Drinking Water Act requires EPA to review its standards every 6 years. The most recent review was published 3 months ago. It recommended no changes. But then a report came out straight after that from the National Toxicology Program that showed that fluoride levels above 1.5 milligrams per litre may be associated with IQ losses in children, as well as bone deformities and thyroid issues. There were no conclusions from this report above levels of 0.7 grams per litre, which recall was the actual recommended amount, right? So there was another study that did call into question whether 0.7 grams per litre was 100% safe. Another study showed that it was 100% safe. So look, the jury's out there. There's more studies to be conducted. If he wants to conduct more studies, sure. But that's not what he said. What he said is, we're going to recommend that there's no more fluoride in water. We're going to recommend that doesn't go above 0.7 grams per litre, which is useful. We're going to recommend there's nothing.
Yeah. Because of a study that says that when you go twice the safe level, yes, there are problems. But getting rid of fluoride has been a right-wing cause in America for at least as long as fluoride has been there. PJ O'Rourke also cracked jokes about that in, I think it was Give War a Chance. It is a major public health achievement, fluoridation of water. Like actually getting rid of fluoride in water. You won't see the consequences of it immediately, but you will see the consequences of it over time. And it's not going to be people suddenly getting smarter.
Well, Calgary, they banned fluoride in 2011, and they found in the 8 years afterwards, the need for intravenous antibiotic therapy for children to avoid death from infection rose 700% at the Alberta Children's Hospital. That's what they found.
Yes.
Now, when you bring this up, people often go, "Well, about Western Europe? Western Europe doesn't have fluoride in their water, do they? They all in hospital with infections? No, they're not. Although a number of those countries have fluoride in other sources, like their milk and like salt, for instance. Fluoride and salt, I know.
How do they get it in there?
I have no idea.
How do they get it into milk?
They're amazing people.
Force feeding the cows?
Can you get fluoride in raw milk though?
Then he'd be interesting. And also, Western Europe has obviously a much better healthcare system for most people than America does.
Can we just emphasize, like, it is very much common sense that no matter how good something is, if you take more than the safe amount of it, there are bad consequences. An example, when I was 10 years old,
Yes.
I had what I would describe as an addiction to carrots. I was eating about 5 of them a day, just straight from the fridge.
Did you turn orange?
Raw. I did. So I remember being at a swimming pool one day and my mother staring at the soles of my feet in horror. Obviously I couldn't see the soles of my feet. And she's like, let me look at your hands as well. And yeah, they were a kind of orange color. The soles of my feet were apparently bright orange. And it's because I'd been eating 5 times the safe amount of carrots
The reason
per day.
If the people on the Spotify video can see me shaking with laughter in the middle here, it's because I'm sitting in the middle of a podcast panel with 2 people who are both turned orange from eating too many carrots.
Yeah, I did that
For
too.
Dave, it happened when he was 10. For Chaz, it happened when he was about 34.
Yes. For me, it was a weight loss tactic. I was just going hard on carrots. I went through a lot of home diets. There was eating nonstop celery, fennel, and carrots. And I did turn orange. There was another one where I just put chili on everything to try and increase my metabolism, like on ice cream, on everything. And that look, I did lose some weight. I lost a lot of weight every time I went to the toilet. So every single time I lost weight very fast.
I don't think either of you should be allowed to talk about RFK and his quack cures anymore.
Anyway.
Look, I wasn't trying to cure myself of anything except my insane craving for carrots.
The punchline of the fluoride stuff is that the HHS direct secretary has no power over fluoride levels. Once again, that's a state power.
Of course.
What he can do is put out a recommendation, but that's it. That's all he can do. Yeah, so I think we're kind of on the same page here with the problem with RFK. Let's bring up Jared Polis briefly because I know you want to, Dave. I call him my man. I'm going to keep on calling him my man. The governor of Colorado, Jared Polis, is a bit of a left-wing libertarian, and he's a little too excited about RFK for my liking, I have to say. Look,
yes.
I'm for radical transparency here, Dave. I'm being very open about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to read the tweet?
I'm going to do that.
Okay.
I'm going to read you, well, it goes forever. I'm going to read you a large portion of the tweet, even though I'm not so sure about it.
See, let me reiterate. Twitter did not begin its decline with Elon Musk.
Yeah.
It began its decline with 280 characters.
Yeah.
That was where the rot began. Well, I mean, the rot was always there. But
You're right.
Yes.
You're right. This is a very Bill Ackman-like tweet.
Yes.
Polis, before you mock him or disagree, talking about RFK here, I want to share with you some quotes that, if he follows through, show why I'm excited. Quote, level the playing field for Americans internationally on drug costs. Cap drug prices so that companies can't charge Americans substantially more than Europeans pay. End of quote. Yes, Colorado currently has an application just sitting at FDA for us to import low-cost prescription drugs from Canada, and we just need their approval. Next quote. In some categories, there are entire departments, like the nutrition department at the FDA, that have to go, that are not doing their job, that they're not protecting our kids. Yes, the entire nutrition regime is dominated by big corporate ag rather than human health, and they do more harm than good. Next quote. We've got to get off pesticide-intensive agriculture. Yes, we have tried unsuccessfully to better protect people and pollinators from harm pesticides here in Colorado, and we need all the help we can get to take on big chemical companies and improve human health and the environment. For our pollinators and our people, he will face strong special interest opposition on these, but I look forward to partnering with him to truly make America healthy again, and I hope that we can finally make progress on these important issues. Now, that sounds wonderful, but then scientist Hank Green came in after that. And I'd like to read what Hank Green had to say, and then you guys can comment. Full transparency here, folks. Lowering drug prices, improving nutritional standards, and reducing pesticide use are causes that could genuinely improve public health. Also, Colorado's experience with prescription drug importation and pesticide regulation shows that we need leadership willing to stand up to big corporations. And it's easy to see why RFK Jr.'s bold talk on these issues resonates. But there are significant concerns about his track record. Beyond his vaccine stance, RFK Jr. has also promoted scientifically unsupported claims about HIV/AIDS, suggesting that HIV doesn't cause AIDS, a view that has been widely debunked and has caused harm in communities affected by the disease. He's also pushed conspiracy theories about 5G and Wi-Fi, alleging health risks that extensive research hasn't supported. These positions reflect a pattern of promoting claims that can erode public trust in critical areas of health, even when the science is clear. The risk is that with a track record like this, he could bring these same tendencies to HHS, diverting focus from evidence-based health initiatives. I fully agree that we need reform in areas like drug pricing, nutrition and agriculture policy, but we need a leader who will pursue these reforms with rigorous science and public health as the top priority rather than personal beliefs or fringe theories. I'm disappointed to see this level of support from you. We're losing our institutions to people who professionally degrade trust in them, and that causes real harm. That's this guy's whole bag. Be very careful here.
I can't believe Chaz has a new terrible intellectual man crush. He's gone off JD Vance now. JD Vance has broken his heart and he's lighted on Jared Polis.
I was on Jared Polis long before JD Vance.
You have bad taste in men, Chaz.
I've been on Jared Polis for years.
Yeah, look, just to pick up on the first point, there's level the playing field for Americans on drug prices. It's not as if drug companies are specifically going, we're going to sell these drugs at higher prices to Americans. The reason why they do that is because every American is basically on their own when it comes to buying drugs, because the United States actually passed laws back in the George W. Bush era saying that the US government couldn't negotiate on drug prices. One of the dumbest and most self-destructive things a government has ever done in the arena of health, but nonetheless something that is almost sacrosanct in American politics, that the government can't negotiate on drug prices, right? That is why every other country in the world can do drugs more cheaply than the United States. Okay, so that has absolutely nothing to do with Robert Kennedy or the HHS. It is a scandal.
That's true. And we should just give the Biden administration credit here that that last year they started the negotiation with 10 medicines, and there's going to be another 10 next year, I believe, and so on. Richie.
This all reminds me a little of a Trumpian version of defund the police. So defund the police, one of the worst political slogans of all time, as a policy was supposed to remove funding from the police and instead direct it towards NGOs and other state capacity so that, you know, police are not the first line of dealing with homeless people, for example.
Yeah.
That instead of all this being dealt with by a 911 call, it's dealt with by a specialist worker who can get people into a psychiatric institution or something similar. Now, anyone who knows anything about how the United States works culturally and politically knows that the second half of that equation is never going to arrive.
Exactly, yes.
The way that it works is you defund the police and the NGO worker is either not going to arrive or is not going to work, because this is the stuff which can only be done by a state capacity that the United States does not have.
Exactly.
And this is the same deal. It's going to sweep out the lumber of regulation and then question mark.
Both heartening to me.
Yep.
And also a little bit negligent that we haven't really mentioned vaccines when we're talking about RFK. So let me just say something quick about vaccines, which is, what can you actually do as HHS secretary with vaccines? Because...
other than further undermine public trust.
Yeah.
In vaccines. That's basically putting the stamp of the United States government on vaccine skepticism.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that is true. He can do more than that, though, but not much more. What he can do is he's in charge of selecting members for the Advisory Committee on Immunisation Practices, ACIP. He's in charge of that process. And he could lean on the CDC to potentially overrule ACIP's rulings. What ACIP do is they're the folks who make recommendations on who should get what vaccines and when. That's their job. They don't force anyone to do that. They just make recommendations. And if ACIP says that Americans may get a vaccine rather than should get a vaccine, it makes a difference.
Yes.
Because if there's a shot that you should get, it's prioritized in a doctor's office. So it's always there for you to get. If it's something you may get, then that's something you can apply for. And you may get it and you may not get it. It's not prioritized. So all of a sudden, that could reduce uptake markedly in reality. Now, we shouldn't go over the top here about the results of this. Florida has a very RFK-esque Surgeon General at the moment.
Yes.
And their routine vaccination rates have dropped from 93% for kids who started school in 2020 to 88% in 2023. So they've gone down 5%. They haven't gone down to 20%. They've gone down 5%. Now, that is significant in terms of herd immunity.
Very significant in terms of herd immunity.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that's nothing.
Yeah.
I'm just saying let's be aware of what it is. What it's doing is putting cracks in the shield.
Yeah.
That's what it's doing. But it's not like no one's getting vaccines there. In fact, in vaccines like adult flu, diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, they've actually kept up with national rates.
Yeah. I mean, those are the ones that have never been controversial. Yeah.
Yeah. That is what RFK could do. He could replicate that. And I say this because RFK has made a point, and there's a point that I've emphasized on Play America to be fair to the guy, that he is not going to take people's vaccines away.
Are there specific vaccines that you would seek to take off the market?
Oh, I'm not going to take away anybody's vaccines. I've never been anti-vaccine.
You will not take any vaccine that is currently on the market.
I'm not. If vaccines are working for somebody, I'm not going to take them away. People ought to have a choice, and that choice ought to be informed by the best information. So I'm going to make sure the scientific safety studies and efficacies are out there, and people can make individual assessments about whether that product is going to be good for them.
Would that include COVID vaccines that are currently on the market?
I want the best science for every vaccine.
So you can see what he's trying to reassure people with is very consistent with what I just said he could do.
Yes.
The negative side.
Yes.
And so that is what you can expect,
Yep.
I think. Yeah. Do you guys have any other thoughts about RFK?
Well, and I mean, just on that point, just to emphasize why herd immunity is important, because it is tempting to say, okay, if you want the vaccine, protect yourself from measles or mumps. No one's interfering with you taking it. The problem is there's always a certain amount of the population that is not going to be able to take those vaccines because of they're immune compromised, or they're too old or too young.
Or the vaccine doesn't work for them.
Yeah, or the vaccine doesn't work for them. Vaccines are not perfect, even if they are, overall very effective. One of the things that contributes to their overall effectiveness is if you have as high numbers of people as possible. And for a lot of infectious diseases, that herd immunity number is around 95% or above. So, yeah, even a relatively small drop can have pretty devastating consequences for people who can't make the choice to protect themselves with vaccines.
The other thing I would say is that, sorry, Richard, you were about to say something?
Yeah, look, we're sitting here wargaming RFK's tenureship in this position.
Good point.
I have a hunch that he may soon appear on a Wikipedia page called List of Short-Term Trump Tenures.
Why do you say that?
Just he's part of a group of kind of people, you can think about them as the negative end of batteries or magnets. Yeah. Musk has a habit of falling out with people. RFK has a habit of falling out with people. Trump has a habit of falling out with people. This is going to be a falling out with people quick draw contest in some ways. I would be surprised if in 3 years' time RFK is in a powerful position in the US government making choices that determine people's healthcare.
Good point. Do you think he'll get confirmed?
I think he'll scrape into the confirmation, be largely powerless, and then be cycled out after another sex scandal. That's my guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Dave.
I'm not 100% sure that he'll get confirmed. I think it's more likely than not that he will. But he's a Democrat. Like that, Republicans don't like him.
Yeah.
For the most part. Yes, the Trump crowd likes him because he supported Trump. But a lot of Republicans are in the Senate are going to be asking themselves, why should we support this guy?
He believes in single-payer healthcare.
Yeah. Exactly. It's actually pretty antithetical to most of the things that we believe, and also has these ideas that could set public health back 100 years. And, could be one of the most embarrassing things that we end up doing is confirming this idiot. There could easily be 4 Republican votes against him.
And remember, we talked all through the election campaign about the concern that pro-choice people had about the game that the pro-life people were playing.
Yes.
Allowing Trump to be going, no national bans.
Yeah.
State to it, and then have the health secretary
screw
around with abortion.
Yes.
Through defunding Planned Parenthood, through messing around with the FDA approval of abortion pills.
Yes.
Things that could make a massive difference to abortions. RFK ain't doing any of that.
No.
He's pro-choice.
Yes.
He's explicitly pro the abortion pill.
Yeah.
So he's messing with their fun.
Yes.
It's, so I mean, there is that is true.
Also, something that's worth mentioning at this point, because there's been this very misleading thing floating around saying the Senate nearly always confirms nominees. The last time the Senate actually didn't confirm a nominee was 1989.
What?
That's technically true in terms of that's the last time the Senate voted down a nominee.
Yeah, they drop out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the way that it usually happens, is that they drop out. So, which is what's happened with Gaetz. So it's not as unusual as people are claiming it is.
Can I just say as well, one more thing about RFK? If he got confirmed, then I don't know what I think about whether he would get confirmed. I'm on the fence. But possibly the most important thing, if he gets confirmed, is who are the people below him who are going to be doing the executing.
Yeah.
Who's going to be in charge of the FDA? Who's going to be in charge of the CDC?
Yeah.
Who's going to be in charge of the NIH? Who's going to be in charge of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services? In this case, we know that. It's Dr. Oz. So that's when you start to get nervous.
We've had versions of this conversation before. People say, who are you most concerned about in a second Trump administration? And for me, the answer is always someone you've never heard of. It's these sort of political appointments of people who are, right-wing lawyers who've been pulling out every piece of parchment they can get their hands on to look for novel interpretations of statute and that kind of stuff. It's not the TV personalities who are the worry. It's the apparatchiks at a level of bureaucracy where they can make stuff happen and not be booted out because of it.
Okay, now let's talk about, I can't believe we've gone this far without getting to Matt Gaetz.
Yeah.
He's obviously the story of the moment. He screwed me up completely because I had all this stuff prepared about him. And then he screwed me over by dropping out this morning. I mean, I'm still going to use half of it anyway. And it's important we talk about him because I want to use some Gaetz wordplay for the name of this podcast. And we've got so many to pick from. But can I just put a hello out there to Scott, the one who said I shouldn't use the chiropractor analogy, who had a great one the other day, which we're not going to use because it's just not appropriate, of the pervy Gaetz. But that's really good. That's really good, Scott, but we can't use it. I think I'm going to do Gaetz crashing. That seems
nice.
Appropriate. But anyway, what do you guys think about first, Gaetz generally, and then what happened today? Who wants to start?
So I've met Matt Gaetz.
Really?
Yeah, I've met
Florida.
Yeah, I've met Gaetz in Florida, and I will say that often when you see a public figure like this who is very abrasive and obnoxious,
you would have sex with him? Did you have sex with him, Richie? Is this what happened?
Please. We'll get to that. I know there's a lot of sex material in this podcast generally and in this segment specifically, but we'll get to that.
Okay.
You see these people who they're culture warriors and they're very abrasive, but then you meet them in person and they're quite genial and people used to say this about Tony Abbott and that in person the horns disappear and suddenly there's this nice concerned heartfelt interested guy and that's not my experience with Matt Gaetz at all. I found him to be an absolute fuckwit. He was then working as a campaign surrogate, and it takes all sorts. You meet all sorts of people on the campaign trail, and they do these sort of media spots after big debates and these sorts of things. And I saw something with Matt Gaetz that I've never seen. I've never seen media or other people respond in the same way, which was that Matt Gaetz's spot after the DeSantis debate was so obnoxious that the assembled media actually started laughing. If you sort of distilled pure essence of high school debater and then made it more intense still, it was just one of the most obnoxious people that I've been in a room with. So
when was this?
That would have been in 2018.
2018. Yeah. So his face was normal then, wasn't it?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. He didn't look particularly normal then or now. Yeah. But yeah, there's a school of thought, and I discussed this with some people. I'm going to tell you why I don't think it's the case. There's a school of thought that this is Trump playing 4D chess to get rid of Gaetz from the House. He's such an obstructive president that what you do is you lure him out by offering him the AG. He has to resign to accept it. Then you bungle the nomination and he's gone.
But he can go back.
He can go back in theory. He can go back in theory.
Because he was elected. He resigned from the 118th Congress.
He also resigned from the 119th.
Did he?
Yes, but it's not too late for him to change his mind.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not like
because he did get elected.
It's not like they've scheduled the by-election yet.
No.
Right? So he can probably change his mind.
Right.
Yeah, yes. That, by the way, sorry before you go on, Richie, that's the reason that you know for a fact that his excuse of I'm just doing this to create room for the by-election to happen as soon as possible was bullshit.
Yes.
He was trying to get around the ethics committee report. The
Yes.
reason you know that is because there was no need for him to retire from the 118th Congress.
No.
Because that would automatically expire in a few weeks' time.
Yes.
And he could have just resigned from the 119th Congress, so then they could start planning ahead. So the fact that he resigned from both showed that he was trying to avoid that report. But it doesn't matter. He can go back to the 119th. Sorry.
Yeah, look, maybe he can come back in. I'm not sure if he's going to have the same degree of momentum in his political career that he had previously. The reason I don't think that Trump is playing four-dimensional chess is, first of all, Trump doesn't play four-dimensional chess. He plays one-dimensional pin the tail on the donkey, which involves putting nominees in who are exclusively or nearly exclusively people he has seen on TV, or someone who knows him has rung him up on behalf of someone else and said, you should get this guy. The other reason that I don't think that it was this kind of double play is that there's some fascinating footage where you can put it on the Discord, or you might be able to find it online. There's some footage of Trump behind the scenes getting tweets ready with his campaign staff, with campaign individuals.
We'll show it right now.
Yes.
He paid and raised bail. She paid bail to get the violent rioters in Minnesota out of jail.
You will see in that clip who's there. It's Tulsi and Matt Gaetz. Now, I know that Trump sometimes does keep his enemies close, but it seems like a fifth-dimensional chess to have someone as part of his campaign that he's then going to nominate to an AG role that it's then going to be pulled. It's not the case.
No.
They're just two obnoxious people who found each other and found a common cause.
Yes. I just want to talk about that ethics committee report.
Yeah, sure.
Because, Mike Johnson is saying, oh, no, we can't release it now because he's no longer in the House of Representatives. Well, there is a precedent. There is a precedent. If you listen to the Chaser report, you already would have heard me talk about this. The precedent is Bill Boner. We all know about Bill Boner. Yes.
Well, we all know about boners at the very least.
Congressman from Tennessee. He resigned in 1987 to run for mayor of Nashville. There was a congressional ethics investigation going on into his relationships with contractors. That ethics report got released anyway. If you want to know what happened to Bill Boner, well, he fucked up mayor of Nashville as badly as he fucked up his tenure in Congress. He appeared on the Phil Donahue show. Important part of Chaz's childhood.
Yes.
Chaz probably watched this.
He probably did.
Here's on the Wikipedia page for Bill Boner, my third favourite Wikipedia page. Boner appeared on the show with Tracy Peele, a country singer in Nashville. The couple were engaged, making their romance controversial as Boner was still married to his third wife. So Bill Boner, he did not seek a second term as mayor. He ended up becoming a driver's ed instructor in the Williamson school system in Franklin, Tennessee. So there is a precedent there, the Boner precedent.
Yes.
I've just realised that Chaz even looks a little bit like Phil Donahue. His hair has a kind of Phil Donahue shape to it. When it goes grey, and if you start wearing glasses, it's going to be an Italian Phil Donahue.
If my hair does look like Phil Donahue when I go grey, I will start wearing glasses even if I don't need to.
Yeah. But I think, okay, so that was the first thing that I wanted to mention. But the second thing is the power dynamics here, because I think Richard is absolutely right in his diagnosis of how Trump selects people. And I don't think that, there's all these other theories that, it's to move the bar for what an acceptable nominee is, blah, blah, blah. I do think that, I don't think this was an intended effect, but one of the actual effects was this was a very early loyalty test imposed on the Senate. Now, the reason I don't think this was intentional was because if any strategic thought had gone into it, this would not have been the loyalty test that you wanted to set up early on, because it is the easiest one for the Senate to knock back. Like, if you were trying to enforce loyalty, this would not have been the way to do it, because it was so easy for the Senate to make it clear that they weren't going to go along with this. He, as we said before, he chose possibly the most hated congressional Republican. If he'd just chosen someone that Democrats really hate, or that everyone other than Republicans really hates, he probably would have got away with it. To actually choose the most hated Republican in Congress, the person who goes up to other Republicans on the floor of Congress and says, check out these nudes on my phone.
Yes.
Yeah. That was not something that you would do strategically if you were trying to enforce loyalty.
I'm sorry. At this moment, I have to play the Mark Wayne Mullen clip, which is one of my favourite clips in this space.
Okay.
Of he's talking about that exactly what that tendency of the showing the photos on his phone, but not just that. This is just a golden clip. This is from a year ago.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a reason why no one in the conference came and defended him, because we had all seen the videos he was showing on the House floor that all of us had walked away of the girls that he had slept with. He'd brag about how he would crush ED medicine and chase it with an energy drink so he could go all night.
I love that so much.
Choosing the most hated congressional Republican at the moment is like choosing the most jacked guy at the Mr. Olympia contest.
Like the fact that he actually managed to choose number one is astonishing. And so I don't think that he was setting that up as a loyalty test, because if so, it would have been the most stupid way of going about it.
I agree.
So I think it is kind of hard to infer anything from that about what future showdowns will look like.
Yeah. I just want to say a couple of things here.
Yeah.
First thing is, I completely agree with what both of you said. There's no 4D chess here. It's really obvious why Trump wanted Gaetz.
Yeah.
Number one, because Boris Epstein just said, hey, why don't you pick Matt Gaetz? That's the first reason. It's literally, like apparently Susie Wiles, they were going through all these AG candidates together and Trump just wasn't feeling it. And then as soon as Susie Wiles left the room, then Boris Epstein, his lawyer friend, said, hey, just pick Matt Gaetz behind Susie Wiles' back. And then when she came back, Trump's like, yeah, I want Matt Gaetz. And she's and so, but I predict within a year's time, Susie Wiles is going to be peeing in a bottle. She's just not going to leave Trump's side. She's going to be walking everywhere, peeing in a bottle, just never, because every time her back is turned, there'll be Stephen Miller in his ear or something. Just coming up with some terrible ideas. But anyway, so that's part of how he thought of Matt Gaetz. But it's obvious why he picked him. Matt Gaetz, he wants a dickhead.
Yes.
He wants look, There are 4, I mean, I'm kind of skipping a bit ahead here. There are 4 unfortunate choices that Trump has made. I mean, you might say there's more, but I would say there are universally acknowledged 4 unfortunate choices so far.
Yeah.
All right, Jane Austen.
They are Matt Gaetz, they are Tulsi Gabbard, they are RFK,
Yes.
and they are Pete Hegseth.
Yes.
Those 4 departments all have something in common. They're the 4 departments that Trump wants revenge on.
Yep.
All right, the defense guys who didn't go around shooting the protesters like he wanted back in 2020. He's never forgiven them. The Department of Justice, he's never forgiven the FBI for Russiagate. He blames them for Russiagate. Health, the HHS, he blames for COVID. And which he thinks is the reason he lost in 2020. It probably was the reason he lost in 2020.
Well, also Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
This is another reason why, as I said last week, why I don't buy into the wokeness thesis. Because Biden got elected at the peak of Black Lives Matter. If wokeness was this absolute kind of antidote to getting elected, Biden wouldn't have got the most votes in history in 2020. Anyway.
Sure. And Tulsi Gabbard, DNI, intelligence, which he also blames for Russiagate.
Yep.
Okay, so he has picked. It doesn't take much analysis to notice that the 4 people he's picked in there are the 4 people he can think of who most want revenge against those 4 departments. Like he has a common goal to them. RFK wants to get HHS for the same reason he does, for COVID. Tulsi Gabbard was on the Quiet Skies program, right? So she was down as which she calls it a terrorist watch list. It's not quite, but she wants revenge for that reason. Matt Gaetz has had it in for the Department of Justice for a very long time for all kinds of reasons. His investigation recently is probably the biggest one. And Pete Hegseth was sacked by the Defense Force. He wants revenge as well. So the reason he wanted Matt Gaetz is because Matt Gaetz is the biggest dickhead he could find who wanted revenge against the same people he wanted revenge against. It's really simple.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, these people got in trouble with these departments because they committed war crimes and sex crimes.
Well,
and they've been put in these positions on a platform of making war crimes and sex crimes legal again.
Well, I mean, look, you've put that beautifully. And so I don't want to disagree because you've put that so well.
Thank you.
But I honestly don't think it's about I don't think he wants Hegseth to make war crimes happen for him. I think he just wants Hegseth to fuck shit up. That's what I think he wants. And the next time he tells defense to do something, they're gonna do it. Like I think that's what he wants. And then so in Matt Gaetz's case, he has. I mean, I mentioned this on Planet America, but for those who watch Planet America, he has form as being the nastiest individual when it comes to this space. Out of anyone you could think of, like with Michael Cohen, are you across his tweeting to Michael Cohen the day before Michael Cohen was going to testify against Trump back in 2019, I think it was, or something like that? This was incredible.
Yep.
This was, this is the night before he's going to testify to the House Oversight Committee. Gaetz tweets at him, "Do your wife and father-in-law know about your girlfriends? Maybe tonight would be a good time for that chat. I wonder if she'll remain faithful when you're in prison. She's about to learn a lot." That is exactly the person that Donald Trump wants to take revenge on the Department of Justice. That's why Matt Gaetz is there. There ain't no chess about it.
Look, I've said before that both Trump and Elon Musk, to a lesser extent, remind me a little bit of Rupert Murdoch in some ways. And one thing that Rupert Murdoch discovered, especially in the 1980s and 1990s, working in the UK press, is that the most loyal people you can find are the people who have nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
You will never get loyalty of the kind that you get from like a washed up alcoholic who is literally unemployable anywhere else.
Yeah.
So these people fall into that kind of category. You know, Matt Gaetz is not going to have a glittering political career outside Trump world. Boris Epstein, another person that I've met, wonderful man, wonderful, warm-hearted man, is not going to have a political career outside Trump world. And this is especially true of Trump world this time around. A lot of the loyalists sort of left, after January 6th. The people who stuck around are the dregs. And this is the dregs of Trump world who are now going through this nomination process.
This, by the way, this might be foreshadowing something we talk about later if we have time. This is actually one of the interesting things about the Trump-Musk relationship, because Musk is the one person in this orbit who's got independent power and money, who actually has somewhere else to go. If Trump ceases to exist, most of the people in the Trump orbit just fall out of the sky. Musk does not, which makes you wonder how the Musk-Trump relationship is actually going to go. But anyway.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that
in a segment called Smell the Musk. Is that right?
That's what's called.
I'm not sure if I want to participate in that, but I'll try.
A couple other quick things on Gaetz before we move on. You might have heard a lot of people making the point that with the ethics committee investigation against him, that, well, the DOJ considered charges against him and they didn't and they didn't think there was enough evidence. So there's no harm, no foul here. We should, innocent until proven guilty. And look, yes, innocent until proven guilty, that is true. But there are some obvious reasons why the Department of Justice didn't make charges. And it's not because there's no evidence. It's because some of the evidence is extremely unfortunate. Yeah. And what I'm referring to there is his buddy, Joel Greenberg, who's associated. He's the dodgiest character. And he's mixed up with all this shit, right? Yep. And he's one of the witnesses. But not only is he one of the witnesses. Well, actually, I'll talk about him to begin with. He's doing 11 years for underage sex trafficking, wire fraud, and identity theft, and conspiring to defraud the federal government. And he has admitted to falsely accusing a different local politician of having sex with a minor. That screws with your case when someone has got on the record of admitting to doing exactly the thing that the defense is going to suggest that he's doing now.
The boy who cried wolf.
But not just once. He's admitted to doing it more than once.
Wow.
He's actually also attempted to frame his own attorney with kiddie porn as well. Right. And so he's got form.
Look, some people eat too many carrots. Some people serially try to frame people for child sex offences.
And according to Gaetz, Greenberg wanted Gaetz to organise a pardon for him for his crimes. And when Gaetz wouldn't play ball, Gaetz says that Greenberg said he would seek vengeance on Gaetz. And the problem with this is it's hard to prove that's not the case. Because number one, Greenberg is acting very much like he's trying to get vengeance. Number two, he's the guy that's paying the lawyers' fees for the witnesses. And Gaetz says that he has promised financial recompense to the witnesses, to the girls who said they had sex with Gaetz.
Yes.
Now, Greenberg can't disappear the Venmo payments.
No.
So I'm not saying that there's no evidence at all. I'm just saying Greenberg complicates a case.
Yes.
And you can see how they might go, this is just too much trouble. You can see that potentially how that would work. That doesn't mean there's not evidence though. In particular, I'm interested in the conduct of the ethics committee because they in June they know that Gaetz, number one, hadn't cooperated with them at all, but they also said they had determined that certain of the allegations merit continued review. That Gaetz had engaged in sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, he'd accepted improper gifts, that he may have dispensed special privileges and favours to individuals with whom he had a personal relationship and sought to obstruct government investigations of his conduct. But they dropped some allegations that they didn't think there was enough in, like sharing inappropriate videos on the House floor, misusing state identification records, converting campaign funds to personal use, and accepting a bribe or improper gratuity. The reason I mentioned all this is because we know for a fact that he shared inappropriate videos on the House floor. We just heard Mark Wayne Mullins say he did, and that wasn't good enough for the ethics committee to keep on going. So that tells you the kind of evidence they've got on the stuff they didn't drop. So I reckon I want to see this ethics committee investigation. I hope it doesn't disappear, this report. Because
it won't disappear.
Yeah, because I hope he goes back into the House so that we finally see it. But yeah, so I wouldn't be dismissing the report just because the Department of Justice didn't issue charges.
No, absolutely not.
Also, there's a different threshold between being a convicted felon and being someone who is unsuitable for public office or at least there used to be.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Totally.
Also, one of the witnesses said that the payment to her from Nat Gaetz came through Nesta's PayPal account.
Good old Nesta.
So he's not just a son,
Yeah.
he's potentially a conduit for criminal payments.
He's not just a son, he's a chip off the old block.
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at the clock. There are so many more people we haven't gotten to yet. I can race through some of them later on because I imagine you're not interested in many of them. But I bet you guys have an interest in, at the very least, either Gabbard or DOGE. So if you want to talk about either of them, shall we start with Gabbard? Do you want to talk about Gabbard at all?
No.
Richard, do you want to talk about Gabbard at all?
I feel like I'm here to talk about the things that Dave is not interested in.
No, you don't have to.
Yes.
You don't have to.
No, I'm happy to talk about her briefly. Look,
Director of National Intelligence.
She's potentially the DNI, and from what you hear from people in Washington, although RFK and Gaetz may be the ones where the fireworks are going off, she is the one which people are most concerned about inside government. She, for example, is allegedly considered one of the possible suspects in the leaking of the DNC emails.
Yes.
Because her emails were not included in the leak, for example.
Yeah.
She seems to have an unusual relationship with the Russian state. Whether that relationship is formal or informal, in some ways, doesn't really matter. She is a person of enough concern that other members of the Five Eyes intelligence bloc have said publicly or leaked publicly that they may be unwilling to share certain pieces of intelligence with the United States if she is director of the DNI. Unusual person, seems very committed to isolationism in some ways that are positive, but also has been called Russia's girlfriend on Russian state TV.
Yeah, they actually call it our girlfriend.
Yeah.
Our girlfriend. Look, I'm not as down on the inverted commas pro-Russian views as many people are. I mean, I don't like them, but you know, her views are that of a side of politics. Like there is in particular on the sort of isolationist left is like there's the isolationist right and there's the isolationist left, and her views are. I've got commenters on our Facebook page who reliably sound like Tulsi Gabbard every time they open their mouth, and in fact, that one of them might be Tulsi Gabbard. I am very. I know she's a pepper. I am very used to her point of view. Like essentially, they've just appointed a writer for the Grey Zone as the director of national intelligence. And yeah, that's okay. If that's the point of view you want in your director of national intelligence, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I mean, it's not my view, but whatever. That's how elections work. That's fine. But number one, she has zero qualifications as an intelligence professional. Zero. Like she's a reserve lieutenant colonel whose assignments were in medical, police, and civil affairs support. Nothing to do. She's got no experience on managing anything or to do with intelligence at all. But that's not my major problem. My major problem, we're about to get to this in a bigger way. We're talking about the way Trump has been pushing his luck in this transition so far, and the way he's been trying to bully his colleagues. I find particularly disgraceful I'm jumping ahead here to the fact that he's refusing to get security checks.
Yes.
For anyone. Like he's getting zero checks for some people and other people he's getting private sector checks.
Yeah.
But he's getting zero FBI security checks. And I just think it's unacceptable for someone with her history and her views. I don't have a problem with her views. But for someone who has her profile to not receive a security check is just too negligent. Like it's like we know that that Trump has already screwed up with the no vetting already, the fact he had no idea that Matt Gaetz even had an ethics committee report coming out, apparently, that's what we hear today. It's incredible how low the vetting was on Matt Gaetz. The fact that he had no idea that Pete Hegseth had been arrested at one point in time for rape. Like, that's a very low standard of vetting. That's not even a private investigator's standard of vetting.
That's watch any channel other than Fox News, and you will learn these facts.
Yeah, totally.
I don't believe that he didn't know these things.
Well,
I think this is the classic, I've never heard of this guy when things start to go wrong.
Maybe. But look, either way, I just don't think Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, I wouldn't, if I was a Republican, I would be saying no to anyone who hasn't had an FBI background check. But if you're going to tolerate some of it, you go, oh, whatever, you know, the commerce guy can get through, fine. Like, if you want to do that, that's fine. But the Tulsi Gabbard should not be getting through without a bloody security check.
Just the point that you're making about sort of bullying from Trump, I wonder if this is beginning to remind Republicans of Trump's first administration, where he just bullied Republicans relentlessly and was actually not very good at bullying Democrats. He was good at bullying Republicans because Republicans had no choice but to cave to him. It was much harder to even bully Democrats at the level of state governor. They were just able to say, fuck you. And I wonder if this is bringing back some sort of quite unpleasant deja vu, which was he spent 4 years bullying Republicans and was very rarely able to actually land the hits on his enemies that he was promising. Like, you know, the Bill Durham investigation came to nothing. I wonder if there's a bit of fear already setting in that the same thing could happen. I think part of the thing that's been driving Republicans for the last 4 years is they want that moment to come where Trump actually bullies Democrats as effectively as he has bullied them. But that moment might not come. No. Like, everything that he's doing at the moment, he's just, the bullying that he's doing it because he can. You could read the selection of Robert Kennedy as that's a way of bullying Republicans. But then he's even bullying Robert Kennedy, or at least Donald Trump Jr. is, by tweeting out a photo of Robert Kennedy on a plane with Trump and Musk and members of the Trump family eating McDonald's and saying, make America healthy again begins tomorrow. They're just bullying the person that Trump has chosen as Secretary of Health and Human Services. And by the way, I wanted to ask Peppers about, sorry, this is a bit of a tangent. So, yeah.
Sure.
Kennedy's specific complaint against McDonald's, and this is one of these, when I was a boy things, is that they now use seed oils for their fries as opposed to tallow fat, which is what they used to use when he was a child. He says tallow fat is much healthier. Now, I obviously don't know very much about nutrition at all, other than too many carrots turns you orange. Is tallow fat actually healthier than seed oils? I mean, I know that my English ancestors would agree. I think they would use the same pan of lard to fry chips in for generations.
Who's more famous for their good health, their ruddy good health, than your English ancestors?
That's right, yes. Yeah, so is it, is it? Peppers? Is tallow fat healthier than seed oils?
Man, do you really want to start a seed oils controversy in the comment section of the PEP Facebook page?
That's fine. You can ask it. You can ask it. And Dave, you just when I bring the results to our next podcast, you got to be paying attention.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Peppers. How about it?
I'll pay attention. Because I know that seed oils have become this like bête noire of conservative wellness influencers. Like, they just absolutely hate them. I've got no opinions on seed oils.
Okay. On that note, unless you guys have something else to say about any of the appointments, Richie?
I think it's funny that the most damaging blackmail that's come out during this process is a photo of someone eating McNuggets. That's look, the way that foreign secret services are supposed to have gotten leverage over people like Trump or Tulsi Gabbard is through blackmail, right? what on 2017 Resistance Twitter was called compromat all the time.
Yeah.
And I never believed that, but I think that this is real proof of the fact that this is clearly not how it works, if it does work. Because every single person being nominated is some sort of sex offender.
Yeah.
And it seems to make absolutely no difference at all.
Well,
if the Trump P tape was leaked now, his supporters would just make a meme out of it.
Yeah.
Wasn't the blackmail thing always a bit of a myth that was an excuse for homophobia?
Look, I think it had a lot of things wrong with it.
Yeah,
that was possibly one of them.
That's my understanding, is that massive blackmailing of diplomats and people in these foreign policy positions was never actually a problem. It was an excuse to deny gay people positions.
I think that there have been genuine efforts to successfully blackmail spies by other spies.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that they are working anymore, if they ever worked at all.
That belongs to a different era when something called embarrassment was an emotion that people experienced.
I have no memory of this era of which you speak. Okay, Dave, we're in the area that we're talking about, areas that you were asking for, the Trump bullying people area, the Dawn of Thune area.
The Dawn of Thune.
Talk about whatever you like.
Okay,
mate.
So this is interesting.
And leave enough time for Musk.
Okay, so John Thune is the incoming Senate Majority Leader. He won the vote, was it 29 to 24?
Something like that.
No, that's more than the number of senators Republicans have.
No, that's exactly right. It's 53.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So he won at 29.
You've got a good memory, but not good at maths.
Yeah, okay. 29 to 24 beat John Cornyn.
Yeah.
Notably, neither of these people were Trump's guy. Right, Rick Scott was Trump's guy.
Very much so. He got 13.
Yes. And this is another thing to keep in mind in terms of the limits of, Trump's ability to exercise power over the Senate. Bearing in mind two very important groups of people in the Senate. Senators who are retiring within the next couple of years and don't have to face election again, and senators who aren't facing election again until after Trump is gone.
Yep.
Okay, that is actually, between them, that is the majority of the Senate. The number of people who are specifically up for election again in 2026 and therefore really have something to worry about in terms of, Trump retaliating against them, that's a relatively small group.
Yes.
So there are plenty of people in the Senate who are going to be far less susceptible to threats and bullying from Trump than other people. John Thune, of those three, you'd have to say he's the most kind of establishment candidate. He's the most similar to Mitch McConnell.
Yes.
So he was elected to the Senate from South Dakota in 2006. I think, just a major supporter of the Iraq War. Mm-hmm. And when you look at his political positions, they're all very, very just standard kind of Republican.
Yeah.
Most importantly, in 2021, he was saying that Trump lost the election and that Trump's behavior on January 6th was a disgrace.
Yes.
Not that he voted to convict Trump in the impeachment.
2004, he was elected.
Yeah. Okay.
That's right.
Which would have been putting his money where his mouth is, but not many Republicans voted to convict him. Okay. So we are actually, despite all of the discourse about Trump's iron grip on the Republican Party, we're actually probably looking at the least Trumpian plausible candidate.
I think
it wasn't like Lisa Murkowski was going to become the Senate Majority Leader.
I think in the primary this year, he went for Tim Scott as well.
Yes. Yeah. So even though he said, yes, he'd be open to recess appointments, which I think is probably something he had to say in that context, he's not going to be that much of a pushover. Let's put it this way, he's got longer time horizons than just Trump.
I actually think I read this out in Unleashed last week. I think his statement in response to Trump trying to pressure him to commit to the recess appointments was as close to a bugger off as he could possibly write in the middle of a leadership conference, leadership competition. I I was very encouraged by that. I thought I was quite surprised.
Yes.
Yeah. Like he really did show independence, I thought.
Yeah. Now, like having said all of that, like, 95% of the time he is going to go along with Trump.
Yeah.
Because that's what Republicans have been doing.
Yeah.
But, so it's not like, it's not like we've now got Lisa Murkowski or Susan Collins in charge. So it's nothing to get too excited about. But it does suggest there are going to be limits to the power that Trump can exercise.
Yeah, I think that's true. And I should say that I was making this point on Planet America as well, but I'll make it here as well, that for all the things that we may be about to talk about, the recess appointments trying to use Mike Johnson to try to work around the Senate entirely. So like for Trump to force the Senate to take a recess.
Yes.
Other ways of working around the Senate. The Matt Gaetz thing just happened.
Yes.
He didn't do any of them.
No.
He could have.
Yeah.
He chose not to. And so whether that means that Trump was always bluffing.
Yep.
Or whether Trump was just trying to bully them, like you say.
Yes.
And it didn't work. So whatever. I don't know.
Could we just, on the Trump bluffing point, because one of the biggest myths that's been recirculating is, what makes Trump effective is that he's unpredictable. This is what's going to make him effective in international relations. He's so unpredictable. Leaders don't know what to do. No, he bluffs. It's actually incredibly predictable. It's an established pattern of bluffing. And what we saw was by about 6 months into 2017, everyone had recognized that. Yeah.
Richie.
A little preview of the second Trump administration might come from looking at the bug fights that have taken place in the House with these very difficult people to put into a coalition. If you try and assemble a squad of mavericks, what happens is that they tend to turn on each other all the time, looking for the YouTube moments with each other that they used to get in congressional hearings, grilling climate scientists and people like that. I don't think it's going to be particularly easy to press these people into a shape that doesn't cause chaos all the time.
I think you're probably right. While we're in this area, I'll just say a couple of very quick things about the recess type stuff before we move off.
Yep.
I did talk about this at length in the Unleashed last week, so if you're interested and you didn't watch it, just go back, have a look. But I just want to add a couple of things. First of all, this whole recess, like manipulating recess thing came up in the Supreme Court case back in 2014. And one person at the time, they got 4 votes, but one person was pushing in particular the idea that the recess in the Constitution really meant only that gap between Senate sessions. That's the only time there was a legitimate recess these days. And the only vacancies that arose during that gap, not before, arose during the gap, were eligible to be filled by recess appointments. Would you care to guess who that person was who was pushing that point of view?
Mitch McConnell.
No, this is a Supreme Court Justice.
Oh, Supreme Court Justice. Oh, Clarence Thomas.
No, it was good thoughts. Scalia.
Okay, right.
Scalia, who is, he said of the recess appointing power, its only remaining use is the ignoble one of enabling the president to circumvent the Senate's role in the appointment process. He has become the judicial version of Reagan. He's like an honorary Democrat as everything turns to shit. That's what he's become. It's really weird.
Was it Scalia, one of a law student was, before being stopped, able to ask one of the Supreme Court justices if they sodomized their wife? After, apparently, if it was Scalia, whoever it was, looked like they clearly wanted to get off the stage and punch him.
I have no idea. I haven't heard that one before. But I will be imagining Scalia from now on. The other thing which I wanted to mention is something which hasn't been mentioned much so far, but Trump used this a lot in his first term, so I'm sure they're coming back, and as the Vacancies Act.
Oh, totally, yes.
Is he going to use the Vacancies Act for some of these people? The Vacancies Act is the law which allows you to appoint acting people, right?
Which he openly said he prefers acting directors because you can fire them so easily.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, he's unlikely to do that, at least for the first 3 months. And I'll tell you why. The reason why is, I mean, there are disadvantages to the Vacancies Act. It only gives you a 300-day limit, but everyone ignores that limit. Just have a look at Julie Sue, who was the Labor Secretary for about 4 years under Biden as an acting the entire time. But this bit is serious. It limits who the actings can be, the act. They are either the deputy of the department, or they are a Senate-confirmed officer, or they are someone who has served in the highest tier of the federal civil service in the department for at least 90 days.
Right.
So what that means is there's going to be no Senate-confirmed officers in the beginning.
Yeah.
Because they haven't been confirmed yet. They're not going to, the deputy isn't there yet, so it can't be the deputy. And someone who's been there for 90 days, well, they haven't been there for 90 days yet. And so I don't know if he can go back to his first term, maybe, pull some actings from there, maybe. I'm not sure. But basically for the first 90 days at least, it's a lot easier for him to use recess appointments or some other method than acting. So we're unlikely to see those acting. That's one you know. Dave.
Well, sorry, I just remembered something that I meant to say last week about Pete Hegseth, which is if he gets through, I think he would be either the third or the fourth defense secretary in a row who is less than 7 years removed from the military.
That's true, which used to be a regulation.
Yes, it used to be a very important regulation. It's the idea of separating the military from civilian government, from civilian control of the military. Yeah, the last 3 or 4 are all more recently. I mean, like 2 of them were Trump's. Yeah, but Lloyd Austin was less than 7 years out of the military.
Yep, he was.
It's a bit concerning that that's becoming a norm now. That you appoint a recent veteran. It's in the case of Pete Hegseth, someone who's still carrying active grudges against the military. Yeah.
Can I ask you guys a question from from this area? The security checks thing before we move off it.
Yeah.
The theory that Trump is running with, presumably, is that why should I use the FBI to do my security checks? Because the last time I used the FBI, they literally lied to the FISA court about me to try and set me up. And they were stitching together this dubious narrative. The Inspector General just kicked the shit out of them, justifiably. They made up a whole bunch of bullshit about me. Why should I trust them? They're untrustable. What would be your response to that?
Well, first of all, that's so much more sophisticated than the version inside Trump's brain, which just consists of the words deep state. That's all he has to do is say the FBI is part of the deep state. Of course, I'm not going to show my hand to them over these appointments when they are about to have someone like Kash Patel appointed in a clear-out operation. Well, again, it's the defund the police situation again, isn't it? That even a compromised or compromated FBI should be able to perform better security checks than a fly-by-night private operation who are not designed to, in reality, security check anybody anyway.
Yeah.
So you're bringing back memories of 2007 Twitter. Who was it who said, like, I'm opposed to the death penalty, so this gives me no pleasure?
Louise Mensch.
That's right.
Yeah. Who inexplicably had an op-ed published in the New York Times around the same time.
And who was the 20 committee?
I'm not sure. I thought you were going to go with Eric Garland there. It's time for some game theory.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the greatest hits of 2016, 2017 resistance Twitter. Seem to have a lot of people some of whom were having florid psychoses in public.
Very good.
I don't miss it. Anyway, I can see the word Tescriol.
Oh, no.
Written on your notepad. So I think it's time to talk about Elon Musk.
Yeah, let's smell the musk.
Let's smell the musk. Okay. I just want to start with a couple of preliminary observations. Certainly, in all the time I've been looking at American politics, I've never seen any individual of such importance in someone's election campaign before. In terms of actually the money that he was putting up, the infrastructure that he was putting in place.
It's about 130 million in the end.
Yeah. The fact that he's the only person who, Trump would share a stage with a, for a prolonged period.
Oh, shit. Hang on. Sorry. I'm interrupting your flow. But there's 130 million for one super PAC. And then there was over 100 million in the other. So it's about 250 million.
Yeah. And just the fact that everyone knew that the payoff from this was that he was going to have a very important role within the government. Yeah. And as I said, he's the one person in Trump's orbit who's got an independent power base, and independent money. That makes him incredibly powerful in the Trump orbit because just everyone else is so completely dependent on Trump. Musk is not. A lot has been written about his kind of structural power in the United States government because of Starlink and because of $15 billion in contracts. The fact, as you said, NASA is now basically completely dependent on Musk. Yeah, so he's got the United States government and Trump right where he wants them. Okay, so what is he going to do with this awesome power? So Trump has announced Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, which is in the pantheon of weak Musk puns, not the weakest, but pretty fucking weak.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not an actual department because a department has a cabinet secretary and things like that.
Staff.
Okay, it's here. Yes,
it has a budget.
Okay, yeah. So he, Vivek Ramaswamy, have been tasked with finding $2 trillion in cuts to the $6 trillion budget. Now, as I'm sure you...
Per year.
Yes. As I'm sure you have already pointed out, there's only $1.9 trillion in discretionary spending in that budget, and a lot of that is the military.
I have pointed that out.
Yeah, so legally, in theory, all he could do is basically remove the entire United States military from the budget.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or he could break some of Trump's promises.
He could break a lot of Trump's promises.
Look, there's a lot of money in Medicare and Social Security if he wants to get in there.
Yeah.
But Trump's promised not to touch it.
Yes. And also, legally, he couldn't just gut that out. That would require Congress.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saving it for Unleashed because I'm conscious of your time.
Okay.
But they're not going to be doing that.
Let's just look at Trump. Let's just look at Musk's efficiency credentials.
Yes.
Here.
Let's do that.
This is the man who spent $44 billion to buy Twitter, apparently knowing at the time he was paying about twice as much as it was actually worth, and who now publicly acknowledges it's worth about half as much as that half. Yeah.
But it wasn't. I mean, I would say I'm sarcastic here, but I'm not being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Isn't it actually worth it?
No.
If you are someone who has $200 billion next to your name, isn't it worth it to drop $60 billion unnecessary billion dollars in order to completely control the narrative of society?
I think it is incredibly cheap. If you look at the kind of loss-making newspapers, for example, or even loss-making media empires that people have held sometimes for decades at a time, they've kept them because of the influence that those are able to buy. I think that the purchase of Twitter, even though it might not make sense as a business decision for Twitter, as a loss leader for Elon Musk's cultural, political, and economic power elsewhere, is a great buy.
What he's done is to completely remove Twitter from the central position that it once held. And it's only going to get less relevant. He's killed the golden goose.
Completely. It laid a sensational egg for him. I mean, he's on a call as a private civilian on Trump's first phone call to the leader of Ukraine.
Yeah.
Just as a guy. He's just there. He doesn't hold any position in the government.
He's
just
holding
there.
meetings by himself with Iran.
Yep. Yeah.
But we're talking about efficiency.
That's true.
We are talking about efficiency. And what Musk does when he takes companies over has very little to do with efficiency. It's just right-wing cult shit. Okay? So it's the first thing you've got to do is fire everyone. And Musk also has this absolute obsession with making people go to work in person. Okay, there have been actual documented efficiency gains from giving people flexibility around that. That's got nothing to do with efficiency. It's just punishment and surveillance. And so today he came up with this idea. Let's enforce, make everyone be in the office all the time. Then there'll be this wave of voluntary redundancies and that'll be great.
Yeah.
Doesn't have anything to do with efficiency. Yeah, firing people in and of itself is not necessarily an efficient thing, depending on what you're losing when you actually fire people. Yes, firing people can be efficient if they're bad, but if your rationale for firing people is they're there, therefore they're bad, that's actually an incredibly inefficient thing when it comes to, replacing the lost knowledge.
What I was going to say as well, we're talking government departments here. What happens when you sack people who are doing something that needs to be done is you replace them with contractors who cost twice as much.
Yes.
So that's not efficient.
Yeah. No, he has got very little in the way of efficiency credentials.
I disagree. I think they may not be classic efficiency credentials, but if you look at, for example, pre the aerospace space before, there is really an era before Musk and an era after Musk. And he is responsible for revolutionizing it. And the way that he did was just by finding means around the waste caused by people like Boeing in their contracting, where he was going, why do we need this stuff? We can just use what are effectively prosumer level electronics. And that was enough almost by itself to revolutionize spaceflight. It's a big deal.
Yeah, but I can actually name things that the space program achieved scientifically before the Musk era. I can't name anything that it's achieved scientifically in the Musk era. I can name Musk's aspirations.
Well, he's only been around. The era's only been a few years.
How long did it take from Kennedy's announcement of the moonshot to actually get to the moon?
Well, and what's happened since?
Yeah. I mean,
the Challenger disaster. That's what's happened since.
No, that's the Hubble telescope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, we can keep on going, but
yes.
I just want to just get between you two for a second here,
Yeah.
which is that I actually agree with both of you in that I think that what Musk did for SpaceX is obviously impressive. The cost reductions in launching space rockets and satellites has been significant under Musk that NASA can't hope to match without him. Like, there's no doubt about that. And maybe the thing he does is he knows how to hire people and he knows how to make them work. Maybe that's all he knows how to do. I don't know what it is. I don't know his secret sauce. But what I'm saying is something's happened as far as rocket ships, right? That's not what he's doing in DOGE. What he's doing is running government departments. He's trying to work out how to save money in government departments. And I think he's not going to achieve anything there because I think that he has an impossible task. And I don't think he understands how the government works anyway.
No.
But so I think he can be good at SpaceX and Tesla and terrible at trying to cut $2 trillion out of the government budget at the same time.
I don't think that Elon Musk is really trying to cut $2 trillion out of the budget.
What do you think he's trying to do?
I think that what he's trying to do is specifically get rid of a set of regulations
totally.
which he feels are hampering his ability to launch space flights.
I was going to say, so yeah.
And all of this stuff about finding, climate people with a pronoun in their LinkedIn bio is largely just a smokescreen to cover up the fact that he doesn't want to have to consider frogs and lizards when he launches a rocket in California or elsewhere. Yeah. So this is also very Trumpian, right? There's not a lot of follow through on these ideas a lot of the time. Even with building the wall, it doesn't matter if you actually do it, as long as you do an ostentatious publicity stunt that then gives you the opportunity to do something that you actually want to do.
Especially since he said he wants it done in 2 years. Like, what can you actually... Oh, no, less than 2 years, 18 months.
Yeah, July 4, 2026.
Yes. Can I just talk about the greatest example of Elon Musk efficiency? The Boring Company's revolutionization of transit in Las Vegas.
Yes.
They dug a tunnel down which precisely one vehicle can move at a time at 30 miles an hour. That suggests to me, wherever Elon Musk has got it right, that's just because he's thrown so much shit at the wall that something is stuck. Yeah. If that's his idea of he thinks that's as good an idea as anything else that he's done. He's just got his fingers in a lot of different pies. Sometimes he pulls up a plum. One of the things that people who are his shareholders are worried about is the fact that he's not removing himself from any of these roles in order to take on the DOGE role.
Yeah.
And we know from Twitter that that's actually where he's spending 16 hours a day. So he's got 8 hours left in the day that he's not on Twitter to run Twitter, DOGE, boring companies, SpaceX, Starlink, and Tesla.
But don't Tesla and SpaceX run themselves at this point in time?
Pretty close.
Yeah. I mean, and if they don't, he's hired people to run it for him.
Yeah. One of the things I don't like about any of this is it's this very American idea of the cult of the singular genius, which is just bullshit on so many levels. But just there are so many jobs that one person shouldn't have. The President of the United States has too many things in it for one person to actually do it. Yeah. Anyway.
I just want to throw in one little thing quickly,
Yeah.
Which I'm going to come back to in Unleashed when I talk more about DOGE.
Yeah.
You're spot on, Richie, about the regulation thing. Like there's just spoil myself where I'm going. The one area they can actually make an impact is in cutting regulations. They're not going to make any impact in saving money, but they might make an impact in cutting regulations because they're trying to leverage the Supreme Court rulings to do it.
Yeah.
But Elon Musk has only mentioned one agency so far that he feels is ripe for regulation reform. And Richie guessed it before. It's the Federal Aviation Administration, which coincidentally is in charge of approving launch licenses for rockets. It's the only agency he's mentioned so far that needs regulation reform. Well, there's huge conflicts of interest here.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that he has had run-ins with and that have fined him more than once in the past, or at least once in a major way. It's very tempting when you dislike Musk, which is easy to do.
Yes.
To think, this is just a fluke. He's done a lot of things. It's no surprise that some of them have worked, etc.
Yeah.
But if you look at his achievements in electric cars and in spaceflight in particular, these are two enormously competitive industries, which were also kind of moribund before his entry into them. You had every major car company in the world trying to make electric cars largely unsuccessfully. And although you had people like Boeing who had been in spaceflight for a long time, you also had the Richard Bransons and Jeff Bezoses of the world putting their private funding into them. And in both of those cases, Elon Musk was able to see arbitrage opportunities which other people weren't able to sense. I think he has done something similar here with Trumpism, and not just Trumpism politically, but Trumpism culturally. I've said this before, I'll say it again here. It's surprised me that no one else has done this before. If you look at the number of powerful cultural figures on the right in the US, clearly there is a gap there waiting to be filled. If you go through the most famous celebrities who support Donald Trump, you hit Kid Rock pretty quickly, right? Yeah. So stepping into that hole was a natural thing to do. Peter Thiel tried to do it previously, but he's not the most charismatic man in the world, to put it mildly. And he realized that he was better at operating behind the scenes. The fact that Musk has been able to do this is in some ways a sign of Trump being weaker than he first appears, and him being a vehicle. We talked about how he's a vehicle for rando voters to project what they want. I think he is a vehicle for Musk to do what he wants.
Yes.
And if I was going to bet against Trump and Musk over time, I would bet on Musk.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. That is Musk's main talent. It's arbitrage. As far as electric cars go, BYD is going to eat Tesla's ass over the next 20 years. As far as spaceflight goes, NASA, for all its lumbering inefficiency, they fucking got to Mars. They actually got a vehicle on Mars. Elon Musk is not going to do that. So it's not actual scientific achievement. It's not, it's a form of business achievement that's based on arbitrage. You're absolutely right. And this, you are totally right. You've nailed it. This is exactly what he's done with Trump.
I want to put something to you. Dave, which I've been thinking about a bit.
Yes.
Which I imagine you're going to shit all over.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to give it a go.
Yes.
I'm going to give it a go. It's okay.
Yep.
This is what I've been thinking a little bit about recently with Elon Musk. Because I mean, it's no secret I don't like the guy very much.
Yep.
He's a massive dickhead. He is completely incompetent at so many normal tasks as well. He's so gullible.
Yeah.
He's so weird. He's irritating. He's all kinds of negative things. But fast forward 200 years, and he's got to be the odds-on favorite to be considered one of the great people in our era. He's got to be. Like if you're trying to pick someone, you go in a history book or whatever the hell there is in 200 years, a history tweet maybe, whatever they've got, he has got to be odds on to be one of the 10 people from this era that people have heard of in the future, right? Who people look back on and go, oh, well, they were amazing, right? Now we look at
pretty sure people will have heard of Osama bin Laden.
Maybe. I mean, TikTok people hadn't heard of Osama bin Laden until 6 months ago. So, I don't know. I reckon that we look at him and we see his flaws, which are obvious.
Yeah.
Because we are in his time. But, maybe Leonardo da Vinci was just as fucking annoying at the time. And we don't know because we're looking back in history at what their achievements, right? I'm not saying that Elon Musk is Leonardo da Vinci. But what I'm saying is that maybe part of what makes inverted commas great, people great, is that they are single-mindedly focused on what they are good at. Everything else falls to shit, basically. And that one thing that they achieve goes through history and people look back on that and go, wow, look at that amazing person who achieved that amazing thing. And they don't see all the rest of it because they don't know about it because it doesn't go through history. Their strengths become basically their weaknesses.
Where did your assessment of Musk as single-mindedly focused come from?
Well, on one thing at a time. He was obsessed with SpaceX with Tesla for a while. Then he was obsessed with SpaceX. Then he was obsessed with Twitter, and now he's obsessed with the American government under Trump. He does single-mindedly focus on one thing at a time. It's true.
Yep.
And I was going to say that Musk is often compared to Howard Hughes, for instance. Right?
Yeah.
That's something we've talked about.
Yeah.
Right? Who, in certain respects could be considered, when you look back in history, as one of the great people from his era, who also washed his hands until they bled and kept urine in jars and spent months sitting naked watching the same movie over and over again. I say naked, he had like a napkin over his cock. Right? Like he had problems, Howard Hughes. He had real problems, yeah? And I read in National Review when I was thinking about this, about John Napier, who was the British mathematician who discovered logarithms and popularized the use of the decimal point. And he also consented to travel nowhere without at least one spider in a box. And he believed that his pet rooster was trying to tell him which of his servants was stealing from him. And this guy we look back on him and say, he's a genius. He's great. But
Peppers,
he wasn't great.
How many of you have heard of John Napier?
But, I mean, my point... my point, Dave, is that the people you hear of and the people you don't hear of is often... to do with pop culture or whatever. Like, I mean, there's no reason why John Napier would be less better remembered than, I don't know, Edison or whatever. Like some other person from the era who was just more popular.
Look, it's very hard to know who history is going to select as who gets remembered, but certainly anyone who is at any point in time the richest person in the world is likely to be remembered because they build fucking annoying monuments to themselves everywhere.
Yeah.
They make sure that they get remembered. That's the power of money.
That's fair enough.
Yes, I think he'll absolutely be remembered.
That's fair, but I'm also saying maybe the achievements that he will have next to his name by the time he's finished, whatever they may be a result of him being a massive dickhead and being obsessive and being all the things that we hate about him.
I think that at the moment his reputation rests on things he hasn't done yet. That's what Tesla's share price is based on. That's what, the potential. As I said, SpaceX actually hasn't achieved anything scientifically yet. So it's all based on the promise that he will get to Mars. Or
I mean, Elon Musk is a private individual who has been elected to no office, who has almost a complete stranglehold on the battlefield space that the Ukraine can occupy in its war against Russia.
Isn't this
He can literally switch off their drone attacks at his discretion after reading an Ian Miles Chong tweet that he thinks, that he has heads of state on Twitter begging him to give them the technology. The moment that this happened, every single foreign minister and military leader in the world started making their own version of Starlink because they realized that unless they did that, they would be beholden to Elon Musk as well. This is someone who has a power that an unelected official has never had over foreign policy. It's very, very difficult to say that that is not the result of an achievement. Even if it's not a scientific achievement, controlling the skies in a Starlink.
Starlink, I'll acknowledge that. As I said, that's the source of his power.
Yeah.
That's why the government, not just the United States government, that's why so many other governments are so dependent on him. But the whole Chaz is looking back on history point, like
they're yet to occur.
Yes, being able to turn off Starlink's an impressive achievement, but his reputation at the moment rests on things that haven't happened yet.
Like the Mars colony, that kind of shit. I know what you're talking about. That's true. That is true.
Yeah.
But it's also, he just had his company just had the world's first private spacewalk. That's not nothing.
It's not nothing,
which was something which was previously exclusively the remit of governments, is becoming the remit of private enterprise. The reason that I object to this is not because I think that Dave is wrong. I think that it misunderstands where the danger from someone like Musk comes from.
Okay. Yeah.
It doesn't come from the fact that he hasn't done the things that he's saying he's going to do, a lot of which is just bluster anyway.
Yeah.
It's from downplaying the things that he does and has done and the danger that comes from those, because he's operating in a space beyond checks and balances in a way which we've never seen before.
Yeah, I agree.
Literally in a space with no checks and balances.
In a space.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, the worry with Elon Musk is not that he's not going to make it to Mars. If he doesn't, who cares?
Yeah.
But that he does get there and is out of the clutches of every government on Earth. That's the fantasy. And
I would personally welcome him going to Mars. I've read the Mars trilogy. I know how difficult it is to get back from Mars.
By the way, if you want to understand the Musk mindset on going to Mars, it's not the Mars trilogy. It's The Moon is a Harsh Mistress.
Yes, of course.
To read.
Of course, yeah.
You keep going, Dave. Or are you finished?
I think I'm pretty much finished.
Okay, all right. Okay, what I was just going to say was that I do agree with what you're saying about for him to be he's achieved some things that are going to be in history books already, but for him to be a truly historical figure, we want to see more results.
Yes.
I agree with that, but I still think to get to the point where he's gotten in the time that he's gotten there is remarkable in itself. And he is on if he sticks to his timetable, he will be doing some pretty amazing things within 5 years. Like that timetable is catching up with reality, right? But he's not there yet. I do agree with that. But the reason I brought this up was not to say all hail Elon Musk.
No.
It was to say maybe the very things that we're sitting there getting worked up about are part of what is going. If he does end up being a legend, it's going to be part of what made him that legend. The fact that he is single-mindedly focused and obsessed on stupid shit might be part of what it is. I mean, look, I am, I think, a relatively intelligent person who's into space. And I would say to him, your obsession with Mars is dumb. Okay, Mars is minus 60 degrees. There is no protection from radioactivity when you're on Mars. Okay, you might get to Mars and you can walk around for a second. If you can find a way to get off, good luck to you. You're not going to have literally millions of rocket ships going to Mars, which is what you would need to build a colony you need to bring up all the materials and it would be very, very hard, and it would cost not just trillions. It would cost so many trillions of dollars to pull it off. It is just nuts, right? Why don't you worry about global warming, which people, the same people who are cheering him on Mars go, oh, global warming, what a waste of money. The climate change. It's pretty bloody cheap compared to trying to colonize Mars to just keep the planet going, right? But maybe if he pulls it off, it's going to be because he doesn't listen to sensible, intelligent people who tell him sensible, intelligent things. And then maybe the fact that he is just this moron in so many different ways means that he's not distracted by some of the other things that we get distracted by because we're not morons in those ways. You know, maybe the fact he's the world's worst father is part of the picture. Maybe all the things we point to, you just go, well, maybe that is maybe what creates an unusual achievement is a very unusual person who makes very unusual choices that are irrational and weird. And so, yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I can go along with that.
Yeah, I mean, and it might not work because for every one Elon Musk, there's a million who have exactly the same tendencies and are just, they're getting 20-cent coins flicked at them on the street, right? Like they're like, it usually doesn't work, but when it does work, man, it might work. That's all I'm saying.
I will say one thing, which is that if Elon Musk is playing 4D chess and has convinced hillbillies that driving electric trucks is a way to own the libs and persuade the Republicans to, if not believe in climate change, at least commit to forms of energy which might affect it, then he really is a John Napier level genius, but I'm not sure that's what's happening.
Dave, let me ask you from a correspondent.
Yeah.
Okay, we know what Richie has to say about this, but I'm interested in what you have to say about this. Could you guys give your thoughts about why Elon Musk is supporting Trump? I can see that Trump may be more relaxed and allow big business, especially donors, a free ride. But it seems like there's more to it than this. Elon Musk is a smart guy, but he's gone in so deep with his Twitter shit and Trump support, it seems a bit short-sighted for a businessman to me. I don't think people this short-sighted usually go so well in business. I would love some further insight on this question. Dave, what do you think is the answer to that?
I think what Richard said was like the opportunity that presented itself with Trump. He was never going to. No other politician was ever going to give him that kind of power or that kind of influence. So I absolutely agree with Richie there. I think also he feels a genuine amount of affinity with Trump. Trump has also just got this complete disregard for anyone in any position of expertise. Trump also has this way of selectively ignoring any kind of consequences of what he does. He also just has this insane level of self-belief. Like there's a huge amount of affinity there.
Has he ruined elections?
As Musk?
Yeah. What we're going to see the next election is we're going to see four more centi-billionaires throwing around $200 million.
Reiterating my view that I don't think the campaign even mattered on this. Like, had Musk not been there for Trump, Trump still would have won, judging by what we've seen from the exit poll. So people are welcome to try. I'm beginning to wonder whether at some point where it's now getting routine that Senate races cost over $1 billion. I remember reading when I was reading up on John Thune, his first Senate race was considered incredibly expensive in 2004 to unseat Tom Daschle, because Tom Daschle was the Democratic majority leader. This is the first time a party majority leader had ever been removed. The price tag on that, $30 million.
Jeez.
Okay.
Peanuts.
Yeah. So now that we're looking at $1 billion, is there going to be some point where incredibly rich people realize there's a better use for money than this? Especially if they start to cotton on to how little campaigns sometimes actually matter. Obviously there's been a massive arms race? Like, how much are people going to pour in? Like how? I mean, obviously, we're not at that point yet. People are still prepared to keep pouring money, and there are more and more vehicles available for them to doing it. Musk is very unusual in terms of being an individual, just pumping so much in, and everybody knows he's doing it. But I wonder where, like, at some point, this arms race, like at some point, people have to say there are better uses for my money than this.
They're not buying influence over voters. They're buying influence over
That's
politicians.
True. That is true. But traditionally, you could get it a lot more cheaply than that. This is the like.
Well, for these guys, $250 million is chump change.
Yeah, I mean, inflation is killing bribery. You just can't get the bribes that you used to get.
But still, like the opportunity costs. I mean, you're like, sure, 250 million is not much, but 250 million used to get you like 10 times as much influence. Yeah.
So I'll say a couple of things very quickly about why I think Musk started supporting Trump, some of which I've already said.
Yep.
A couple of things that maybe haven't been mentioned before, I don't think they've been mentioned on PEP, is that the Democrats kind of burnt him a bit, when he was part of the broader Democratic coalition. I think a Democratic politician literally told him to go fuck himself on Twitter, which is probably not a great idea. But there was also a special event put together by the Biden administration to celebrate the success of the electric car industry in the United States. And they focused exclusively on car companies with unionized labor, which meant having to pretend that the Chevy Volt had been the key breakthrough in the electric car marketplace, which he found understandably a little personally insulting.
I've got to jump in there, Rich.
Yes.
I'm sorry, because there's a clip which is amazing on this, where people were sitting around the table on CNN talking about this exact thing you just talked about, and I've got an amazing punchline.
I think where the Democrats started to lose Elon was actually personal. We should have celebrated his contributions to electric vehicles, even though he was against unionization and stood up to unions. We should have said, look, Starlink, great product. That needs to be used. We should celebrate the fact that he's had the first commercial success of private people in space. And I think a lot of it was that we didn't celebrate it, and he felt offended.
He does get a lot of attention. I'm genuinely curious. I mean, was there something, do you think, that Democrats did? What was the thing? One thing. What was the thing that they I got did I got a call from him Elon about Musk? it when he wasn't invited to that EV summit. He should have been invited. I called the White House. I never call the White House. And I'm like, why didn't you invite him? He's very angry. And in fact, I had an interview with Pete Buttigieg at the time, who also was a little bit glib about it. And I was like, he's critically important in this sector. I think the union thing was the big deal of why they didn't invite him, and they should have. He deserved that credit. Okay, so the two, if you're listening, the two people talking first is Ro Khanna, who's a Democrat who's really plugged into Silicon Valley, and then Kara Swisher, who's the tech reporter. Okay, so that clip was tweeted out, and Musk responded to that clip with, "It's a factor."
Yeah.
He confirmed that the reason he's angry at the Democrats is because they didn't invite him to a party.
Well, yeah, look, I mean, we joke about this sort of stuff, but one thing you find about Silicon Valley power is that something about it is not very satisfactory. It's not like being Carnegie or someone with Pinkerton agents under your command that you can go and have, shoot striking miners. The power beyond financial power is sometimes quite limited. So when you're antagonized by a political party that you should have an affiliation with, I mean, even if the antagonism is for good reasons, it's not particularly surprising that people like this start getting ratcheted away from a cultural milieu which doesn't have very much to offer them. The other things which seem to have been a factor in pushing Musk to the right side of politics, one of them, and this is another feature of this election we've seen, is crime in big cities. So crime in San Francisco, it's since been discovered that he had donated very heavily to anti-crime PACs in San Francisco anonymously when he wasn't a major political donor. And the other thing is one of his children becoming trans.
Yes.
And according to the Walter Isaacson interviews and biographies, this seems to have been one of the cultural factors, which, again, was sort of the final straw.
Yeah. I'll just finish by saying I don't think that there's any mystery to the fact that someone who went to a private school in apartheid-era South Africa ended up on the right.
Yeah. That's a good hard sniff of the Musk there from Dave. Should we keep on going for a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Dave, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
I'll see you for the final PEP of the year, Dave.
PEP next week. Yes.
Next week.
All right.
With a very special guest at the end. I told you? Yes. It's all right. We can announce it because John wrote a little clue in the auto cue for Play America. We're talking about John Barron. Say, Dave, John Barron is going to be doing an hour. He insists on only an hour on PEP for our final PEP for the year. Okay, Dave has gone and I think many of the Peppers have gone. They have just all fainted when I said that John Barron is going to be on PEP, if only for an hour. And he insists an hour from the moment he walks into the studio. He said, if it's not set up, you're missing out on time. So it's going to be exactly an hour of John Barron at the end of next week's PEP. Well, next Friday's PEP. There's also the Elle and Emma PEP on Monday night, maybe Tuesday. But Richie, let's talk more. Let's do some more Musk smelling because
Sure.
I know that you have written. It's a book. That's what they call it.
It's a short book. It's a short book. Yeah.
It's a bookella.
Yeah.
Just talk us through that and then keep on going on about Musk.
Yeah, so I wrote a short book called Dark Star about Elon Musk and why he changed his political affiliation. And it's partly to do with this strange strand of ideology coming out of Silicon Valley to do with very, very long-term conceptions of what humans should do. So it's linked to a philosophical movement called effective altruism.
Yeah.
Musk is not himself an effective altruist. But this is, considering like how many trillion future humans might my present day actions interfere with.
I see.
Yeah.
Is Teal mixed up in this?
Yeah. Teal is mixed up in this. And it seems to have some strange permutations, a lot of which just weirdly center around avoiding dealing with homeless people in San Francisco. So many forms of this sophisticated utilitarian philosophy just seem to be about not really liking San Francisco.
Yeah. There's a lot of homeless people there, it has to be
There
said.
are.
The reason I ask you this is because, and I'm interested in your view on this, that a lot of people are talking about Elon Musk at the moment for obvious reasons.
Yep.
But he seems to be, like we've just been talking about this, he takes a lot of shots and sometimes they don't work out. He is a star that burns bright. And it's very easy to foresee him and Trump having a massive falling out and him just disappearing off the scene pretty quick at some point in time. But Peter Thiel is someone who I'm a little bit more interested in, or a little bit more nervous about, shall we say, because I don't know what he's playing at. I just know he's involved. I know that he's heavily involved in J.D. Vance. I know that he doesn't go public with what he thinks. He's very quiet. But
is he though? His views are pretty well known.
Yeah.
He might not be broadcasting them on Twitter in the same way that Elon
that's
Musk
what I'm talking
is.
about.
And he's certainly had some more subterfuge about what they are. After he's the first openly gay person ever to give it a speech at the RNC. So he really went very early. We talk about these arbitrage opportunities. He went pro-Trump when doing so really made him a pariah in Silicon Valley, to the extent that he said that it was part of the reason why he moved to Los Angeles instead, because he just burned his social bridges so deeply because of this.
So what's his game?
So if you want to understand Peter Thiel's mindset, it's really worth reading a book called The Sovereign Individual, which was written by the father of the UK politician William Rees-Mogg. And the sovereign individual is kind of about the idea of personal secession. It's to do with if we look at kind of successful societies in the past, the United States is one of them. They are often places which have split away from bigger places. So, you have the Puritans in the United States, and then you have Pennsylvania in the United States. You have these sort of secessions within secessions. And these people found new kind of colonies, often based on particular ideals about freedom and non-interference, that they are then able to experiment with. So this is a idea with a fairly long lineage in the United States and elsewhere, and it crops up in Ayn Rand and all sorts of places like that. So what this book and what Peter Thiel and others believe is that technology allows this to take place at the level of the individual, especially the rich individual. So this is why they get into cryptocurrency. This is why they get into something called seasteading, which is the idea that you pretty much build an artificial island off the coast of San Francisco often, and then get rid of all the laws and regulations that you don't want, and live this kind of pirate life, doing as you please. So Thiel is someone who feels very dragged down by both regulations and obligations to other people. And he wants to be in a place where he doesn't have to put up with those. So there was a period, for example, where he started to prepare for a kind of post-apocalyptic version of this by buying land in New Zealand, setting up what are effectively bunker-like structures in New Zealand, getting a New Zealand citizenship. And then he seems to have become a little embarrassed by all of this and gone back to Silicon Valley / Los Angeles.
But I bet he didn't sell his bunker.
I'm not sure if he owns the bunker still or not.
Okay.
So yeah, the affinity that these people feel with Trumpism is around this kind of latitude, I guess you could say, to take big risks, to not mind too much about the consequences.
What is your view about the way and the significance of Elon Musk's running of the discourse at the moment? He's just from a disinformation perspective alone, he is such a large vector of providing misinformation in America, I think, these days.
Yeah.
Certainly, I saw a report back in October that found that there were many occasions where Musk was spreading misinformation that was viewed over 200 times more than the fact-checking posts correcting him. Like 200 times more. And there's just this unrelenting wave of misinformation about the same topic usually as well. Like in this case, immigration, over and over and over again. And we got to the point where election officials in battleground states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona were specifically trying to just fact check Elon Musk on Twitter unsuccessfully. There was Stephen Riker in Maricopa County was passing along personal notes to Elon Musk to try and get him to cut it out with the voter fraud stuff, just saying, look, I can answer any questions you want. And Stephen Riker said, we pulled out more stops than most people will have available to try to put accurate information in front of Elon Musk. It has been unsuccessful, he says. And then you've got the fact that on Twitter there's Nazi accounts. And I'm not someone who calls a right-winger a Nazi. I mean Nazis.
Yeah.
Yeah, like where there's an April 2024 investigation from the MSNBC. It found at least 150 blue check accounts that were making explicitly pro-Nazi posts, many of which racked up millions of views. And many of those accounts were getting far more engagement than a lot of other accounts were. And then you've got the Elon Musk forwards where he'll take something insane. I tried to find the nuttiest thing I could find he was forwarding on. It was this. I was going to read you the quote. You guys can watch it if you want. People who can't defend themselves physically, women and low testosterone men, pass information through a consensus filter as a safety mechanism. They literally do not ask, is this true? They'll ask, will others be okay with me thinking this is true? That makes them very malleable to brute force manufactured consensus. If every screen they look at says the same thing, they'll adopt the position because their brain interprets it as everyone in the tribe believing it. Only high testosterone alpha males and aneurotypical people, hey autists, are actually free to pass new information with an objective, is this true filter? It adds, this is why a republic of high status males is best for decision making. Democratic, but a democracy only for those who are free to think. And Elon Musk forwarded that on and posted on top of it, interesting observation. It's classic Musk. So in that context of all those different movements all happening under his stewardship of Twitter, does this matter to you? Do you think this is a problem, and what do you think we should do about it?
Yeah, absolutely, it's a problem. I think it's extraordinarily concerning. There are several high-ranking card-carrying neo-Nazis who have been vocal in their appreciation for Elon Musk, taking them from platform bans to having the de facto patronage of the richest man in the world. They can't believe their luck. I guess part of the piece I wrote was to try to understand why this might be happening without getting too deep into speculation. Partly this is just where the contemporary right is in the United States, you know. It wasn't Elon Musk's fault that the DeSantis campaign published a neo-Nazi symbol in one of its campaign videos, although the person responsible for that was fired. The stigma around associating with far-right individuals on the conservative side of politics is gone to a shocking degree. I mean, we are kind of used to the fact that, you know, Trump dined with Holocaust deniers without it having any real effect on his political career. It's hard to even remember how radioactive that was even a decade ago. So while Musk does have some personal things driving him towards this, Dave has touched on them just before he ripped off his headphones and stormed out. It's also meeting the culture where it is. And it is a trolling culture. You know, one way to think about it is that the first troll CEO has wound up in the orbit of the first troll president.
Yeah, that is one way to think of it. Okay, let me throw another thing at you then. This won't be something you wrote about, but because it's too recent, but it might be something you have something to weigh in on. There's a story from the Washington Post, it's not from the Wall Street Journal, a couple of weeks back, about Russian links to Elon Musk.
Yep.
I'm not talking about like Russiagate. I'm talking about something, well, let me tell you what they're talking about. Musk was originally supportive of Ukraine's plight after Russia invaded Ukraine. Then Russia complained about it.
Yes, they did. And they complained about it personally.
Yes.
And Vladimir Putin complained about it personally to Elon Musk.
Exactly. Yes. In May 2022, Russia's space chief said in a post on Telegram that Musk would answer like an adult, quote, for supplying Starlink to Ukraine's Azov battalion. Then later in 2022, Musk was having regular conversations with, quote, high-level Russians, according to a person familiar with the interactions, says the Wall Street Journal. And then something seemed to change. And in September, Musk stopped Ukraine's military operatives from using Starlink terminals to guide sea drones to attack a Russian naval base in Crimea. Musk said that capability had never been activated in the first place, and Ukraine couldn't convince him to activate it now. He said, quote, there was an emergency request from government authorities to activate Starlink all the way to Sevastopol. The obvious intent being to sink most of the Russian fleet at anchor. If I'd agreed to their request, then SpaceX would be explicitly complicit in a major act of war and conflict escalation. I wonder where he got that idea from.
Well, I don't think that's an idea which has to be inserted into his brain by Vladimir Putin. A major offensive action against the Black Sea Fleet is a major act of war.
Yeah, but that is Russia's favorite talking point.
Oh, yeah.
When you do X, you are escalating the conflict.
Yeah, look, I think that it's both a Russian talking point and true. The Musk should never be in this position in the first place.
Yeah.
And it's a regulatory failure and government capacity failure, not just in the United States, but elsewhere as well, that has led to him having this casting vote over how the Russia-Ukraine war is conducted.
So I want you to say more, but I just wanted to finish off the setup, which is that one current and one former intelligence source say that Musk and Putin have continued to have contact since then and into this year as Musk began stepping up his criticism of the US military aid to Ukraine and became involved in Trump's election campaign. One person aware of the conversations said the government faces a dilemma because it's so dependent on the billionaires' technologies that they just can't deprive him of a security clearance. So that's the full story. Okay, so any other thoughts about this?
Yeah, there's no need for the Russians to have compromise on Musk in this situation. I'm not going to sympathize with Elon Musk very much in this conversation, but I can sympathize with, and members of his own staff argued against him giving Starlink to Ukraine for exactly this reason, that he would find himself entangled in geopolitical situations which he had no real means of acting in beyond making a decision which would make people unhappy.
I think you're right as well that he shouldn't be in this situation. Like I mean, let's be real. Like I've said many times, Musk in many ways has the mind of a child. Like in many ways, not the important ways, but and who would expect him to get the better of Putin, whose prime skill is getting in people's heads?
Look, I know I said this before and it sounded like a joke, but it really is possible. You can look at this in my essay, or you can look at other people who've written about this essay, this elsewhere. It really is possible that Musk was persuaded to put a block on Ukraine's offensive actions in Crimea by a tweet from Ian Miles Chong.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how diplomacy should be. Putting the fate of a free nation in the hands of an incel tweeting from his Kuala Lumpur bedroom, it seems like a terrible idea to me.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you have a view of whether there should be security repercussions for Musk from America? I mean, can they just simply not afford to have repercussions?
Yeah. Look, the failure of the Boeing Starliner recently meant that the people trapped on the International Space Station could only be rescued by SpaceX going and collecting them. Boeing has had terrible problems as a company now for decades in the aerospace. The reason that they're not pulling his security clearances is that they have no alternative. So maybe that should not have been allowed to happen in the first place. But now that it has happened, by what power can they compel him otherwise?
Okay, the next area, which, I mean, this is not so much something I want to ask you about, but just it's just something I've got information on. Don't smell the Musk, which I've been hanging on for ages, is the Musk illegal immigration story, which some people might know a bit about. I just want to tell the full story, which is that Washington Post ran a story claiming that Musk was at one point in time an illegal immigrant. But a couple of weeks after that, Musk tweeted out, "I was in fact allowed to work in the US." So what's the story? Musk arrived in Palo Alto in 1995 for a graduate degree at Stanford University. By 1996, he was signing funding agreements for a company called Zip2, which he then sold for about $300 million in 1999. That was his launching pad. The question is, when he started working on the company, was he legal or not? Because back in 2013, it seemed pretty clear when his brother and co-founder of Zip2, Kimball, kind of gave the game away.
These people are insane.
They obviously do not realize we're sleeping in the office.
In fact, when they did fund us, they realized that we were illegal immigrants.
Well, I mean,
yes, we were.
I'd say it's a gray area.
Yeah, yes, we were. We were illegal immigrants.
That was interesting. And then by 2020, Elon had a different story. In a 2020 podcast, same situation, but this time, when Kimball did the illegal immigrant thing, Musk was a lot firmer and he insisted that he had a student work visa. Kimball said, I don't know if you were, but I was not legally in America, so I was illegally there. And Elon said, I was legally there, but I was meant to be doing student work. And Kimball said, we had to break the news to them that we don't have a car and we don't have an apartment and we are illegal. And Elon said, you're illegal. I was legal, but my visa was going to run out in 2 years. Okay. So let's look at this visa that he had. It was true that he had a student visa. He was supposed to be at Stanford, though. 6 former associates and Zip2 shareholders all said that Musk told them he was in the country on a student visa. So fair enough, except he never enrolled in any courses or even in Stanford at all, which is what he was meant to be there for. Instead, he worked on Zip2. You're not allowed to do that. Okay? If you are a foreign student, you can't work or build a company or do something other than being a student. You have to enroll at that university, right? If you do anything that helps to facilitate revenue creation, such as design code or try to make sales in furtherance of revenue creation, then you're in trouble, said an immigration litigator that Washington Post talked to. I'm not sure what he means by saying I was legally there, but I was meant to be doing student work. You're either being a student or you're working, Elon. I'm not sure what student work means, but the Washington Post said that legal experts maintain that upon not enrolling, Musk would have automatically had to leave the country. He would not have been allowed to work. And it gets deeper. In 1996, a funding agreement that Elon and Kimball signed stated they had to obtain legal work in 45 days or the firm could reclaim its investment. That's not what you put in an agreement if people's immigration status is already in order. Maybe they're just talking about Kimball. Maybe. A Zip2 board member said their immigration status was not what it should be for them to be legally employed running a company in the US. We don't want our founder being deported, they said. Their founder. That's Elon Musk. It doesn't sound like they're only talking about Kimball. The best evidence of all, though, is in 2005, Musk acknowledged in an email to Tesla co-founders Martin Eberhard and JB Straubel that he did not have authorization to be in the United States when he founded Zip2. He said he applied to Stanford so he could remain in the United States legally. Actually, I didn't really care much for the degree, he said, quote, but I had no money for a lab and no legal right to stay in the country, so that seemed like a good way to solve both issues. Then the internet came along, which seemed like a much surer bet. Remember what I said a little bit back, a few months back, about the 4.5 million of the 11 million unauthorized immigrants in America were visa overstayers.
Yep. That
is what Musk was. He was one of those visa overstayers. There is no doubt what he's saying there is illegal immigration. About 40% of the migrants that he constantly vilifies were in exactly the same boat as he was. Exactly. So that is the Musk immigration story. Do you have anything to add to that?
No, look, I think that's correct. And this is relatively recent for Musk. There is not a history of him peeling the paint about illegal immigration. This seems to be something that he cottoned onto as the aspect of Trumpism with the most valency and has built his cultural following through that.
You're the guy who wrote the 20,000 word book. Do you have anything else you want to add to help people take in the odor of the Musk?
Well, we're trying to speculate about the interaction between two very volatile substances.
Yes, we are.
We're trying to look at the interaction between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Now, we know that there have been interactions in the past. They've already had a falling out, in a sense. So in the first Trump administration, Musk was appointed as a business advisor to Trump. And he received this is when he was still ostensibly a Democrat or democratically aligned. And he received a lot of heat for this, where people saying, how can you do this? And he said, well, I want to be there advising the president on climate and on, crucially, immigration as well. He said that he wanted to be a voice of reason on both, and ultimately stepped away from that after the US withdrew from the Paris Climate Agreement. He was like, okay, there's not enough common ground here to continue. They weren't getting along particularly well personally from what I've heard, so he stepped back. They've then insulted each other several times since. Musk called Trump a bullshit artist, and Trump said that Musk would beg him for anything, would come to him on bended knee, begging to retain the subsidies on his electric cars, for example. But they've patched things up. All that had to happen was for Musk to pledge undying fealty to Trump and assist in his electoral efforts, and he's back as seemingly the closest, most intimate member of his private circle.
Yeah. Do you, from what you've seen, do you think it's a problem for that Musk is basically just hanging around Mar-a-Lago at all times, being involved in everything and seemingly taking credit for some of the victory?
There's a real tendency that you notice both with Musk and Trump that people desperately want them to have comeuppances.
Yeah.
They desperately want them to go, look, they're already getting sick of each other. Yeah. There's already a report that Trump is sick of Musk hanging around and thinks he's too big for his boots. And
lots of those reports.
Yeah, and he's had a screaming match with our friend Boris Epstein.
Yes.
I hate to break it to people, but even if they do have a falling out, that doesn't mean that Musk is not going to retain aspects of the cultural and political and financial power that he has now. As you know, your former boyfriend, JD Vance, is a political protege of Peter Thiel. Thiel and Musk have a fractious but a still aligned relationship over stuff like that. And that's going to be widely copied. The kind of person who's mentored by the next Elon Musk is going to be taken through their whole political career like this. Thiel's tried to do it a number of times. The early prototypes have been grotesque, but that's going to work.
I mean, let's face it. I'm not saying they're not going to bust up, but let's face it. If anyone thinks that Elon Musk seriously enjoys Donald Trump's company, I mean, come on. It's so unlikely. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not there. But it's so unlikely. They're pursuing shared interests. And after they have their scream match, they'll still have shared interests.
That's right. And look, I will say that Elon Musk is a massive loser. And this stuff where he was talking about being first buddy does seem to have very similar dynamics to a nerd becoming friends with the bully.
Yeah.
This kind of schoolyard dynamic where it is possible that the frisson of being part of a winning team like this would be something that you would enjoy personally. But it's not necessary for him to enjoy it for it to be useful to him.
Yeah. Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, look, I don't know. I'm not there. That video that you referred to that we ended up playing before, the one about the people watching Trump tweeting while they were watching the Democrat convention, that didn't seem like a fun place to be. That little insight into what it's like behind the scenes, I'd feel pretty uncomfortable if I was in that environment.
One thing that we do see from Trump World 1, Trump World, the first iteration, is that some of the people with the most severe cases of Trump derangement syndrome are people who have worked with him very closely. The Mike Pences of the world seem to have very, very low opinions of Donald Trump. And we'll see who winds up with the lower opinion of who at the end of this relationship.
Okay, Richie, we've probably done enough. If there's anything that you want to talk about that we haven't already talked about, I've always got the ear, mate. I'm happy to listen to anything you want to talk about. If you want to make any calls about something that might be happening in this administration in the future, or with Democrats, or anything in America in the future, like this is your last podcast of the year, you can get it out now. Anything you want to talk about at all?
I don't think that I want to vent necessarily. I don't want to crystal ball it. It's been a fool's errand to try and predict what's going to happen. I feel perhaps more optimistic than I should. Early signs for me are that Trumpism is not especially effective as a political policy engine. It's very effective to generate spectacle. I think you'll get some publicity stunts around things like mass deportations. Are we going to see 11 million people deported in the way that it's been discussed? I hope not. But I also don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'll talk about this with John, but I think that if you look at the numbers of people that they can actually afford to deport, because these plane trips, they cost money. The places to keep them cost money. Finding them costs money. It all costs money, and the Democrats aren't going to give them a cent. So Trump is going to have to reappropriate that money. I'll talk about this in the next two podcasts. He's going to need to declare an emergency. He's going to need to reappropriate that money from other sources, but there isn't going to be money on tap.
That is an old framework, which is not necessary for this sort of thing to take place. The way that the bad version of mass deportations will take place is not by using state capacity. Some of the state capacity might come from members of the National Guard or the military in violation of the Posse Comitatus Act. But I don't think those things are necessary either. I think that what will happen is that you'll have what are effectively vigilante bands of the kind that already exist on the border, where you'll be able to get retired police officers, retired CBP agents and militia members together and then give them a green light with the promise of a presidential pardon to effectively get people out of the country in enforcement of laws in counties or jurisdictions where the police don't stop them. I think that's what it would look like.
If that's what happens, then we're certainly going to be an interesting time.
Yep.
Well, just to finish off my thought from before, was if they did it the old-fashioned way, the first 3 million deportations are free. And when I say free, I don't mean free money. I mean in terms of PR. In fact, they'll be popular. For the first 3 million deportations, people would love. They're going to be criminals. They're going to be people who have already been given orders to go and haven't gone. No one's going to care about those people. Like those, if they actually went in priority, the first 3 million would not be a problem. There would not be like sympathetic families broken up. There wouldn't be apple pickers who would just mind their own business. There wouldn't be any of that stuff. That's the next 3 million after the first 3 million, right? 3 million is about how many deportations they can afford in a term. And so if they did it by the book, I think that the mass deportations could be popular. I think it could help them the Republicans get reelected. But if they don't do that, and they may well not do that, I suspect they won't do that. If they just go in whatever order, or if they do it your way, where it just becomes vigilante groups going around just taking Hispanic guys and throwing them over the border, then we're in a different world, and the backlash will be severe.
I don't think that is going to happen, by the way. I will say I think that's unlikely. Yeah. It's unlikely that's going to happen. What I think is going to happen is that there will be ICE raids on people who have committed criminal offences, mostly severe ones, and those people will be forcibly deported, and they'll be deported in a way which is very televisual. You'll get some Bukele-style drone shots of that happening.
That's
right?
what I'm expecting, yes. Yeah.
I think that the next phase will happen just with crackdowns on employment of illegals in places like chicken farms, that there'll be some demonstrative fines of people like that, and that those two crackdowns by themselves will slow the amount of border crossings and probably result in a fairly significant number of people just voluntarily repatriating themselves.
I suspect there'll be a fair bit of repatriation happening as well. I agree. Okay, Rich, should I have anything else? Should we head to the White Flash and I'll be back on the other side with Unleashed? Thank you very much for 2024, Richie. It's been a triumph, been a real tour of duty from you over and over again. And the Peppers love it.
Thank you very much to the Peppers as well. It's been a real pleasure.
If you guys want to read Richie's book about Musk, where they find it?
You can find it. It's on Amazon, I think. Yeah, it's called Dark Star by Me, the political turning of Elon Musk.
There we go. I'll see you guys on the other side of the White Flash. Till then, stay peppy, Rich. Welcome to the other side of the White Flash. This is Chaz Unleashed, and this is the last Unleashed before there are 2 more PEP podcasts for the year. So once again, I'm cramming as much as I can in here. I'm not going to let this go more than an hour, though. So, all right, let's see how much I can cram in an hour. Now, first of all, there are some things I didn't get into the section about Trump trying to work his way around the system. Firstly, I didn't tell you my response to Trump suggesting that he couldn't trust the FBI for security checks because of how they acted in 2016. Now, I do have sympathy for Trump feeling that way. This was only one of many reasons that I hated all the resistance mentality and the bureaucracy back in 2017, because they weren't doing their actual jobs. And that it creates brinksmanship. It encourages further norm breaking, and the FBI in particular were pretty bad. Like I said before, they did lie to the FISA judge. Some FBI people, they're not all represented by these individuals, and that's kind of my main point, dude. You clean them out. The bad guys, they're gone. You ruined a bunch of their lives. Surely you sent a message to anyone thinking of trying the same tricks again. Don't, because Trump is going to set a special counsel on your ass, and he's going to try and get you sacked. I think you send a very loud and clear message. But look, hopefully they're not going to try any more tricks anyway. It wasn't the whole FBI that was the problem. It was like 10 guys. I know that's 10 guys more than it should be, but I hate when you see a couple of bad apples and then you go, oh, well, this is representative of everyone. It's not. If you have that little faith in the FBI to perform background checks, then maybe nominate a few agents that you do trust to perform background checks. Just get actual professionals whose job it is to do this kind of thing. Not randos in the private sector. You can't just skip background checks. It's not good for you. It's not good for America. Or at least, remember, he can't skip background checks if Republican senators say no. So do yourselves a favor, Republican senators. Say no. Say, I'm not going to confirm anyone without a background check. It's really easy. Anyway, I also wanted to play an amazing clip about Trump supporters trying to pressure senators into bending the knee for some of these nominees who they don't want to appoint. This was Congressman Troy Niels.
There's no question he's the leader of our party. So now he's got a mission statement, his mission, and his goals and objectives, whatever that is, we need to embrace it. All of it. Every single word. If Donald Trump says jump 3 feet high and scratch your head, we all jump 3 feet high and scratch our heads. That's it.
Well, that was simply amazing. Troy Niels said that out loud, and he thought it sounded great. Okay. Also, I wanted to tell you about some other laws that Trump's breaking at the moment. He's breaking a bunch of transition agreements. He still hasn't submitted, for instance, some obligations that he has to fill out under the Presidential Transition Act. There were 2 pledges that were due on September the 1st and October the 1st. It was supposed to give Trump's team access to office space and secure communications, amongst other provisions. But that's okay. He's got money. He's got office space. He doesn't need that money. It was more importantly meant to lay groundwork for Trump's team to receive security clearances necessary to begin receiving classified information. But also, he's obviously skipping the security clearances as well. Why is he skipping these pledges? Because there's a mandatory ethics pledge, apparently, vowing to avoid conflicts of interest once sworn into the office, which apparently he's trying to avoid. I think they're still negotiating going, to be fair. By the way, no sympathy to Trump on this one. Updates to that bill requiring the ethics pledge were introduced by Ron Johnson, Republican senator, and signed into law by Trump himself in March 2020. This is your law, dude. Do you remember when Trump was all about transparency and draining the swamp back in 2016? Haven't we come a long way since then? Anyway, and finally, there's a thing about foreign phone calls as well. He's been making these calls to foreign heads of state, but cutting out the State Department, its secure lines, and its official interpreters. Why is he doing that? Because he thinks they're going to get leaked. And once again, let's acknowledge sometimes they are leaked. In 2017, we did hear some of his calls getting leaked. And that's not great either. I didn't like it then, and I don't like it now. But I'm sorry, you just can't avoid the harder Trump pushes to try and internalize all this stuff, the harder people are going to try to fight to find ways of getting his information and leaking it out. It's not going to work out for him. In the meantime, if he tries to run the entire government for his 4 years like it's an arm of Trump org, then it's going to be a recipe for serious corruption, not to mention incompetence. It's not going to be good for anyone. But anyway, there's some stuff I didn't put in before, which I wanted to add to that section. Got pretty exciting one a little bit here.
Stats Nugget.
Haven't had a Stats Nugget for a while. This one actually comes from Richie. Here's my source. He did show me where he got it from, so I do believe it. It's very simple. It's a very quick one, but it's pretty cool. About 1% of the entire federal budget goes to dialysis for kidneys. 1% of everything. Everything. That's right. It's like 6 to 7% of Medicare, 1% of the whole budget, which I never would have guessed that in a million years. But there you go. Kidney dialysis costs a lot. Oh, another thing, just a random bit I didn't squeeze in before. With RFK, I should say one more thing. He might be unqualified, RFK. Well, he is unqualified. But the current HHS secretary, his experience was being the previous California Attorney General. That's not very good health secretary experience. He wasn't exactly qualified either, so we should be fair on that. Then there's some of these other appointees I didn't get to talk about. I've got a little bit more on DOGE. I know I talked about that last week, the Department of Government Efficiency. We talked about it a little bit more before, but I've got a bit more to say about this. I know I said last week that they'd struggle to find savings outside Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. Well, there's actually already people who have been looking for potential cuts for years. The Government Accountability Office lists wasteful payments every year. You don't need Elon or Vivek Ramaswamy to do that. They've got more than 5,300 recommendations to save money. They currently exist right now, these recommendations. 499 of them are priority recommendations. Just turn in that list, Doge, and go get yourself a can of Fanta, stick your feet up. The Inspector Generals, they've got a list of 14,000 suggestions of ways you can save money. The Congressional Budget Office has their own list as well. It's all been done. You know, they didn't first think of trying to come up with government efficiency models just now. That's been something that people have been thinking about for a while. The problem is, like I said last week, it's a lack of will, not a lack of ideas. What do these guys say? Well, the Government Accountability Office says that federal agencies reported an estimated $236 billion in improper payments in 2023. Now, that's only a tenth of $2 trillion, but hey, it's something. Medicare and Medicaid made up $101 billion of those improper payments. That's at 40% of all improper payments across the whole government. 7 of the 9 top suggestions made by the CBO involved Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. And most of those improper payments, by the way, they're not fraud. People tend to assume they're fraud. They're not fraud. For a start, about 5% of them are underpayments, not overpayments, but also about 3/4 of them are overpayments, but they're almost always from complicated programs that people get confused about. Sounds like I'm making an excuse, but the complicated Social Security programs have about 20 times the overpayment rate that simple programs have. They're just, I don't know if you ever looked at the paperwork you have to fill out in America for some of these programs. It's pretty intense. And some of these people, I don't want to be slack, not super educated, not necessarily equal to the task of filling out 20 pages of forms. I mean, I say that as someone who's the worst form filler outer in the world. I'm so bad at that kind of thing. I can't imagine how these people do it. So it's no surprise they make mistakes sometimes. And then, once you discover the mistake, try getting the money back from this poor person who's already spent the money. It creates a huge headache trying to get that money back. In 2022, they tried fining people to get the money back. They tried, in particular, fining people who didn't return their Social Security overpayments. And what happened? They ended up harassing a bunch of people with cerebral palsy and disabilities. People who would never be able to afford to pay the government back started getting harassed and fined for $60,000 from the government. It wasn't great publicity, and they sort of gave up in the end. I mean, Elon can try harassing people with cerebral palsy if he wants. I don't think it's going to work out for him. As for the fraud, the CBO, the actual fraud, the CBO estimates that each dollar spent on measures to prevent healthcare fraud generates $1.50 in savings. $1 for $1.50 in savings. Not exactly rivers of gold. You have to spend a lot of money to get some of that money back. And that is why, that's one of many reasons why Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security are really hard to go after. Here's another reason why. Redfield and Wilton Strategies had a poll back in February, found 66% of Americans agree Social Security needs reforming. 66%, right? 69% of respondents opposed cutting benefits to reform the system. 52% were opposed to raising the retirement age to reform the system, and 44% were opposed to raising taxes on workers' income to reform the system. So that doesn't leave a lot of options for reform. If you can't raise revenue and you can't cut benefits and you can't raise the retirement age, and how are you planning to save money for Social Security? In other words, people aren't very rational when it comes to their entitlements. So going after what they see as their entitlements because of overspending, because of overpayments and maybe fraud, it's not going to go down well with people. I'm telling you that now, but that's where the money is. Somewhere else, there's a little bit of money, not as much as that, is if you go after defense. There'll be some savings in the Pentagon. There's almost $1 trillion a year in that budget. And about half that budget goes to military contractors who notoriously overcharge for everything. But good luck tracing this wasted money. The Pentagon has failed 7 audits in a row. In 2023, 28 agencies were audited, 9 passed, 4 are pending, and 15 agencies couldn't account for their finances sufficiently. The Pentagon hopes to pass an audit in 4 years' time. 7 years in a row of failure is not enough. They've got to get to 11 years if everything goes to schedule. And by the way, good luck convincing Trump to make cuts in defense spending. This is just recently, he said he would provide record funding for the military. So good luck there. Another place that DOGE could maybe save money was staffing. Last week, I said that the number of full-time employees hadn't changed in the last 50 years in America. Well, a correspondent rightly pointed out there are a lot of contractors as well. Here's a graph. Have a look. If you add up every kind of federal employee in that graph, including the military, including postal employees, including contractors, the total number bounces around a bit, but they've stayed pretty similar for 40 years. That's since 1984, that graph. Even as the size of the government has rocketed up, the total staff about the same. There's lots of contractors there, by the way. If the DOGE wants to save some money, put some of those contractors on as full-time staff, they'd save some money that way, but I bet they won't be asking to do that. It's not clear how these guys, even if they find cuts, how they're meant to happen. They're not Congress, okay? You theoretically need Congress to pass these cuts. Trump has a theory of how he's going to work around this. They need Trump to do this, not DOGE. Trump has spoken about impoundment. Impoundment. That's when presidents simply refuse to spend money that Congress has appropriated because DOGE told them not to. But Congress passed a law banning impoundment in 1974. So good luck challenging that law. Some serious wishful thinking going on there, I think. Also, Congress banned line item vetoes in 1996. So Trump can't veto parts of bills. He has to either veto the whole bill or none of the bill. Sometimes you hear about presidents writing signing statements, saying, I am signing this bill, but I am interpreting it in this respect. So that line I don't think is operable, and that line I am interpreting it in this way. The law says signing statements mean jack. Okay, they mean nothing. It gets ignored. All right, it's just making the president feel good. Signing statements, they're a waste of time. So, how can anyone make a difference to efficiency in spending then, short of working hard through Congress? Is there any other way? Maybe. They could attack regulation. Ramaswamy's been writing a lot about this. You might recall, I actually talked about everything I'm about to read out in our Supreme Court special about 4 months back. I said that there were 4 cases in a row that all worked together to create a lot of pressure on the administrative state. So I'll read you what Ramaswamy had to say. West Virginia versus EPA 2022 held that agencies cannot decide major questions of economic or political significance without clear congressional authorization. This applies to thousands of rules that never passed Congress. In Loper Bright versus Raimondo, the court ended Chevron deference, which means agencies can't foist their own interpretations of the law onto the American people. Over 18,000 federal cases cited the Chevron doctrine, often to uphold regulations, many of which are now null and void. This is Ramaswamy talking. In SEC versus Jarkizi 2024, SCOTUS restricted the use of administrative law judges by agencies. The same agency that wrote the rules shouldn't be able to prosecute citizens in courts that it controls. In Corner Post versus Board of Governors 2024, the court held that new businesses can challenge old regulations, greatly expanding the statute of limitations and opening many more rules up for scrutiny. So we shouldn't just look at rules passed in the last 4 years, said Ramaswamy, but over the past 4 decades or more. That was his first tweet. And then he went on to say, we shouldn't let the government spend money on programs that have expired. Yet that's exactly what happens today. $500 billion of taxpayer funds, $516 billion plus, goes each year to programs which Congress is allowed to expire. There are 1,200 plus programs that are no longer authorized but still receive appropriations. This is totally nuts. Okay, so how do they stop the government from following these regulations? Sure, they go through and they go through their little magnifying glasses and their sextants and all the little compasses, all the little instruments they use. They find a bunch of regulations that they think are no longer applicable or no longer valid for whatever reason. How do they stop the government from following them? This is what they say. They say DOGE will work with legal experts embedded in government agencies aided by advanced technology to apply these rulings to federal regulations enacted by such agencies. DOGE will present this list of regulations to President Trump, who can, by executive action, immediately pause the enforcement of those regulations and initiate the process for review and rescission. So they reckon they'll tell Trump about these regulations and he will use executive action to just stop enforcing a whole bunch of regulations. What that means is that it will be undone by the next president. And then we're back to square one and you wasted a lot of time. That's actually the best case scenario if they use executive action, because the worst case scenario is that they are immediately taken to court because their interpretation of what's valid and what's not may not be correct. And if they're taken to court and they lose in court, then they just wasted a whole bunch of time. But they could alert agencies to a number of these regulations that they feel are no longer legal. And if the agencies don't respond, well, then that could provide the basis for a series of court cases from them to get a bunch of these regulations struck down, or to work with grassroots legal groups to challenge these regulations. There are no shortage of these conservative grassroots groups or conservative activist groups. They are only too happy to start lawsuits that they think they can win in the Supreme Court. So that may be the way that DOGE can actually make an impact, through regulations, not through big line item cuts like they're acting like. So I'll give them credit for that. We'll see. We'll see what they do. We'll see. But that is a way they might be able to work. The Supreme Court might have opened the door for them with all those cases I talked about before, about the administrative state. Okay, other nominees. Veterans Affairs is Doug Collins. Why Doug Collins? I got no idea. The man served as a chaplain in the Air Force Reserves. Yes. I'm not sure that's good enough, though. All he's really known for is being a top Trump defender in the House during Trump's first impeachment. That's it. This kind of reeks of jobs for the supporters to me, and clearly Trump doesn't give a stuff about the VA. Just put anyone there. And we got 3 legal picks, which I kind of foreshadowed before. There's the Assistant Attorney General, Todd Blanche, who was Trump's lawyer from the New York Stormy Daniels case. So he lost, whatever. He has shown himself to be very adept at standing next to Trump with a blank face while Trump is saying some seriously stupid shit. So he actually, I mean, look, all cynicism aside, he could be a great Deputy Attorney General for all we know. Maybe. I mean, he's certainly qualified. I hope he actually gets elevated now that Gaetz is gone. Actually, he can't because there's Pam Bondi. We'll be talking about Pam Bondi next time. Either way, whether he's assistant or not, he seems like a reasonable guy to me. He's got lots of experience. He's not a massive political hack. Also, not only has he had experience as a prosecutor, but as a criminal defense lawyer. That's very rare. I can't think of anyone else, actually, that's a high-profile legal figure in America that's had a lot of experience as a criminal defense lawyer other than Ketanji Brown Jackson, who's had significant defense experience, and that's why she's a bit different. The Principal Assistant Deputy Attorney General, oh my God, we're getting some mouthfuls here. Emil Bove, who's another of Trump's lawyers. He's Principal Assistant Deputy Attorney General is number 3 in the Department of Justice. Right, so next position down from the Assistant Attorney General. Trump doesn't even need to name him. He doesn't require confirmation. It's like Trump was just trying to make a thing out of giving jobs to his entire legal team all at once, just shoving it in our faces. Anyway, Emil Bove is fine, no problems, qualified, all good. Solicitor General John Sauer, he was the guy who argued the immunity case to the Supreme Court. He's fine. The Solicitor General's job is to advocate to decide Supreme Court strategy and advocate there. He can do that. He's got plenty of experience in front of the Supreme Court. He clerked for Justice Scalia. He also served as Solicitor General of Missouri for 6 years. He's argued before the Supreme Court plenty of times before. and the other appellate courts. So, yeah, no problem with him being Solicitor General. In fact, all these guys, these three legal guys are fine. It worried me if Gaetz was going to get replaced by a Gaetz equivalent. I don't think Pam Bondi is really a Gaetz equivalent, thankfully. But my concern with Gaetz and these three guys is these experienced guys could have made Gaetz with his super hackery more effective, because Gaetz could have just let them do all the work for him. But with Pam Bondi, maybe it might not be. I mean, like, she's certainly a Trump loyalist, but she's not an unreasonable Trump loyalist. So it's I'm less negative than I was about the Department of Justice after today. How about environment stuff? Energy. The Department of Energy, Chris Wright. Not just a fossil fuels guy, although he is a fossil fuels guy. But no, he's more than that, and that is a relief. He's worked in nuclear energy, solar energy, geothermal energy, as well as oil and gas. In particular, I'd love to see more work done on geothermal. I always feel that that's the one that gets ignored. It's just not very sexy, geothermal. Maybe it's because the word thermal. Maybe people think of thermal underwear. That's not sexy. But I'd love to see more work done there. It shows a lot of promise, I think, as a clean energy baseload power source. You know, like nuclear energy or gas is a baseload power source. You can trust it when there's rain, when there's shine, no matter what the weather conditions, it'll work. And geothermal's like that as well. Having said all that, this Wright dude obviously has plenty of oil and gas about him. He's a CEO of Liberty Energy, which does an awful load of fracking. He's also a board member of Oklo, which is an advanced nuclear energy company. If next generation nuclear is ever going to happen, folks, you'd think it'd be under Trump. He'd be prepared to wave around the big checks, I reckon, if he gets excited about it. So hopefully Elon's having a word in his ear. Look, Chris Wright could definitely be worse, I would say. Definitely be worse. He's significantly better than some of the people in the past in that role. Similarly, the person he's working with, Secretary of Interior, Doug Burgum. Oh, he's got a great shirt. One of my favourite shirts. So soft. Lovely. Nice colour too. But apart from his shirt, if I could just put aside his shirt for a second, he's another all-of-the-above kind of guy. He's the governor of North Dakota, where 55% of electricity comes from coal and 36% comes from wind power. They're also pushing for net zero targets in North Dakota, using carbon capture and sequestration and hydrogen fuel. People who are really concerned about climate change probably aren't super jazzed about those alternatives. But, once again, let's compare him to someone who's a realistic alternative in this government. I reckon Doug Burgum isn't bad, to be honest. The Interior Department, by the way, manages more than 500 million acres of federal land, as well as the fossil fuels and minerals that lie beneath the surface. He is going to decide what land gets leased to big business. So two big issues for Burgum is going to be A, how much of Alaska he allows to be drilled, and B, how much rare earth minerals he allows to be mined. Because until recently, China's been dominating in rare earth minerals, but America may be sitting on a fair few rare earth minerals themselves, and they are critical for the future of batteries and electrification. If you want to practice all of the above, you need the rare earth minerals. So, and these two, I got to say, I do think are competent and qualified. If obviously Republican, it's a Republican administration, that makes sense. So I don't really have a big problem with these guys, even though I don't stop being concerned about climate change. I think these guys are the best we're going to get. FCC Chair Brendan Carr. By the way, I think the best from both sides, not just from Democrats. I think these guys are reasonable picks. The FCC Chair, Brendan Carr, he wrote the Project 2025 chapter on the FCC. Although he was already a commissioner, he was first appointed under Trump. Now he's been promoted. He's got a lot to say about Section 230. Remember, Section 230 that's the provision in the law that says the people who run, say, Twitter can't be sued if someone on Twitter says something defamatory. Only the person who says it is liable, not the people who run the service that person said it on. That's what Section 230 says. And look, this is one of those times, one of those rare times, I think it's wise to look at what Project 2025 says and say, this might be indicative of the future because this guy wrote the chapter. He says on the Section 230 thing that a major goal of his is to rein in big text quotes, quote, attempts to drive diverse political viewpoints from the digital town square. He suggested that companies should be unable to censor content unless the content is illegal. He says that's how you promote free speech. And that is how he shows he has a complete lack of understanding about the First Amendment, because that constrains the government, not business. Businesses have a First Amendment right to speak or to moderate, because the First Amendment allows companies to have actual free speech, which means the right to moderate as they please. That is part of that free speech. And what this fellow Carr wants to do is he wants to regulate companies by only allowing Section 230 protection from lawsuits for defamation, etc., if social media companies don't censor. That's his main policy, which he wants to implement. And that, I'm sorry, is not very intelligent. Because not only is the Supreme Court certain to strike that policy down as unconstitutional, even if they don't, what do you reckon happens when the left takes over, mate? They'll use that same mechanism, the Section 230 blackmail, to shut all your little Twitter buddies down. They'll shut them down immediately. Poor old Elon Musk will have to go back to finding real friends. Also, if you impose this policy on social media engines, they'd probably just pick the heavy regulation option. They'd probably just forget Section 230 and then moderate even harder to reduce the chance of lawsuits. It's a self-defeating policy, I'm telling you. By the way, even though I'm free speech, if I could go wild with regulation in some fantasy world where free speech didn't exist somehow, it's some kind of a Handmaid's Tale version of free speech, and I could pass any regulations I liked. You know what I'd do? I would only allow Section 230 protection for engines whose default is no algorithm at all. I hate the usage of algorithms in social media. I think that's responsible for a lot of the problems with social media, because it shoves information in front of your face that you're not looking for. You didn't ask for. The algorithm decided for you. Just give it to me in order. Who am I following? Show me what they said. I don't want to know what Elon Musk said. Show me what the people I'm following say, and only them, in order. I know you can pick that option in Twitter, but it should be the default option. Now, I'm not going to do that. Even if I was the FCC head, I'm not going to do that. This is fantasy world I'm talking about. But the reason I'm telling you this is that's the kind of thing the Democrats would do if Brendan Carr got his way and started messing with Section 230. All right, so don't do it. This is Carr's actual theory, by the way, that what I'm talking about here. It's not just Project 2025 theory. Just last week, he tweeted, Facebook, Google, Apple, Microsoft and others have played central roles in the censorship cartel. The Orwellian-named NewsGuard, along with fact-checking groups and ad agencies, helped enforce one-sided narratives. The censorship cartel must be dismantled. So he's still going on about the censorship cartel. The man is clearly, not clearly, he seems like a huge hack to me. He seems like a mega hack. He told Fox News on Tuesday he might obstruct the planned merger between Paramount Global and Skydance. Why? Because CBS refused to release the transcript of the Kamala Harris 60 Minutes interview. Paramount owns CBS. That is just plain corruption. You can't deny a merger because you don't like the way CBS dealt with a media controversy. It's also, by the way, a breach of 60 Minutes' First Amendment rights. I am so sick of people going about that 60 Minutes thing. When I say people, by the way, I mean Trump. This loser is obviously trying to suck up the Trump, Brendan Carr. And so he's saying this kind of stuff to please Trump. That's what's going on, I think. Also, Brendan Carr is a big promoter of expanding internet access through low Earth satellite technology like Starlink. I wonder why he's so keen on that. I should say I'm also a promoter of Starlink, but I'm guessing his motivation might differ from my motivation. I think his motivation might be a little bit more partisan. Also, Carr, for what it's worth, still supports the proposed TikTok ban if ByteDance doesn't sell it to US operations, although Trump has come out against that. So I'm assuming Carr won't get his way there. Anyway, transportation. Sean Duffy was a district attorney for Ashland, Wisconsin. He was a House rep in Wisconsin's 7th District for 9 years as well. When he was there, he chaired the House Government Oversight and Investigations Committee. He served on financial services and also insurance, housing, and community opportunity. He's been on Fox Business News the last 2 years. I don't have much of a view on him. He's qualified enough, I guess. He's about as qualified as Pete Buttigieg was, which is, whatever. I mean, transportation isn't a big deal. I can't get angry about Duffy. He's fine, whatever. Yeah, he's pretty classic Republican. It's a Republican administration. You'll get classic Republicans. Commerce. Howard Lutnick is in Commerce. He's an old friend of Trump's. Commerce is a weird department. It runs the census and it runs the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Apparently, NOAA, by the way, is only there in Commerce because Nixon was mad at the Interior Secretary, Wally Hickel, for criticizing the Vietnam War. And so he wanted to punish Wally Hickel, and he punished him by taking parts of what should be Wally's portfolio, like the NOAA, and giving it to Commerce instead. That's confirmed that Nixon was keen to do that. Well, he did it. Commerce, by the way, is also supposed to expand US economic growth and strengthen domestic industries. Look, Lutnick is certainly qualified. He's the chairman and CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, which is a leading financial firm. Lutnick became famous after 9/11 because his firm was located in the World Trade Center. They lost most of their employees and his brother. But having said that, he's gone on to have a very successful business career. Also is involved in implementing Trump's tariff agenda as the commerce head. And that's good because he broadly supports it. Although he puts it in a much more sensible way. Look at this. Lutnick is much better at arguing for tariffs than Trump is.
You talked to the former president about tariffs. Do you see it as a bargaining chip, or do you think you're going to see tariffs across the board of 20%?
I think we should put tariffs on stuff we make and not put tariffs on stuff we don't make. It's pretty simple. And of course it's a bargaining chip. We can't sell a Ford or GM in Europe. You go to Europe, you can't sell a Ford or GM. Why? There's 100% tariffs. How about in Japan? 100% tariffs. So do you think if we said, we're going to tariff you the way you tariff us, do you think they're going to allow Mercedes and all these Japanese companies and Porsches and BMWs to all of a sudden have 100% tariffs in America? Of course not. They're going to come and negotiate, and their tariffs are going to come down. And finally, Ford and General Motors are going to be able to sell in these places.
How's that sound, Andrew? Of
course they're going to come down. Of course. This is just negotiating.
It absolutely makes sense. If you do it strategically, if it's across the board, it creates a real problem. And the question is whether you believe the president is going to do it strategically or across the board. He keeps saying it across the board.
Well, when you're running for office, you make broad statements so people understand you. Right. Okay? Tariffs are an amazing tool by the president to use. They're an amazing tool, but he understands don't tariff stuff we don't make. Right? If we don't make it and you want to buy it, I don't want to put the price up there. It's pointless.
I don't like tariffs, but that sounded a lot more sensible than what I've been hearing from Trump for the last few months. Lutnick does not act like tariffs are a magical axe that achieve everything. That's nice. I should say as well, the fact that Lutnick is even there is kind of interesting because Lutnick wanted to be in Treasury. And originally Trump apparently was leaning that way as well. But the business world was dead against Lutnick being there because they didn't want a tariff dude in Treasury. So we'll see who Trump puts there. This could be one of the rare areas where Trump has backed down on his second-term picks. Although it is possible Lutnick's not there because of personal reasons, because the New York Times reported that Musk wanted Lutnick for Treasury as well, but Lutnick annoyed Trump by hovering too closely and seemingly cozying up for his personal benefit in Mar-a-Lago. Man, how many little flies buzzing around a dag of turd on the arse of a sheep must there be buzzing around Mar-a-Lago at the moment? Honestly, they must be so annoying to Trump. When it rains, it pours. You want attention, Trumpy? You got it. You got it all day and all night from sycophants. You wanted sycophants? You got them. Communications. Stephen Chung is the director of communications. He's like the director of anti-communications as far as I can see. And Caroline Levitt is the press secretary. Look, Stephen Chung is awful. Caroline Levitt is not awful, but she's not great. She's at best, yeah. But, what do you expect? Like, they were the duo, the communications duo in Trump's campaign, and it was a successful campaign, so I can understand rewarding them. What I would say is get Scott Jennings there from CNN. Get him in as press secretary. He is miles better than both of them. I'm going to put on the record right now, I bet Scott Jennings is in that role before the end of the 4 years. In the same way as Kayleigh McEnany was clearly the person who should have been the press secretary from the beginning of Trump's first term, but it took until 2019 for her to end up there, and she was so much better than the rest of them. So do that. Just pull the lever on Scott Jennings sooner rather than later, Trump. I know you're a pepper. Education. That's Linda McMahon. She served for 2 years on the Connecticut Board of Education. Obviously, she's into charter schools and school choice, like many Republicans are. And apprentices. She's into apprentices. She says apprenticeship programs are a pathway to successful careers. Switzerland provides a model the rest of the world can adapt. They employ apprentices in 230 occupations, and most of their CEOs were apprentices. That's interesting. She gets apprenticeships going. I'll be happy with that. That's good. Although, let's face it, her main job is to just say the words no wokeness every time she opens her mouth. That's her job. So I'm sure she'll excel at that as well. Getting near the end here. Ambassador NATO is Matt Whitaker. Whitaker was the former U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Iowa, also an ex-college footballer. I looked up the details just for Dave, but Dave's not here now, so I won't read them out to you. Oh, well, he's a tight end for the Iowa Hawkeyes from 1988 to 1992. Early critic of the Mueller probe. That's what made him in Trump's eyes. That's why he ended up taking a ride as the acting attorney general for a little while there, for a few months. He's in the right job, ambassador to NATO, because he's pretty worried about Russia, generally speaking. He suggested more weapons for Ukraine sooner. He sounds like a good guy for NATO. He seems to have NATO points of view when it comes to military entanglement in America. But what he's best known for those who don't remember, is from 2014. His previous job, he was marketing some interesting projects. Like, for instance, the company was called World Pattern Marketing. And back in 2014, they announced the marketing launch of a masculine toilet, which boasted a specially designed bowl to help well-endowed men avoid unwanted contact with porcelain or water. They say the average male genitalia is between 5 inches and 6 inches. However, this invention is designed for those of us who measure longer than that, they say. Also, he marketed the product called Time Travel X. Woo! I can't believe Elon hasn't already painted in this. Which was apparently a theoretical time travel commodity tied directly to the price of Bitcoin. A way to make Bitcoin even harder to understand. Hallelujah! According to emails filed by the FTC in August 2015, Whitaker threatened customers who complained about the products he was marketing with federal extortion charges. And also, bear in mind, he was a US attorney, so he knew a lot about federal extortion charges. And also, he threatened them with a world patent marketing security team, which comprised of ex-Israeli special ops who are trained to knock out first and ask questions later. Wonderful. Finally, I mean, look, him as ambassador to NATO sounds fine to me. He's a loyalist to Trump, fair enough, but also he seems quite sympathetic to the cause of NATO. That's a pleasant surprise. And then in the OMB, that's the Office of Management and Budget, I think, Budget and Management. Russell Vought, he was Trump's OMB chief in his first term as well. Big Project 2025 guy. He wrote the chapter about the Executive Office of the President. So that is all the official nominees up to now. And we are about 40 minutes in. There's one more topic I wanted to cover and then a little bit more correspondence. I might skip the topic, even though this topic's 2 weeks old. It's going to hold. None of you will have heard it. It's one of those extremely underreported stories, which is why I'm into it. I might say this for Monday and get to the correspondence for the last 20 minutes. And if I feel I have time left over, I'll get back to this, but I won't. So this will be on Monday. Time for...
Hey! Correspondence Central. Correspondence Central.
Hey! Okay, let's go with some more election correspondence, shall we? Clark County correspondence from Philip. He asked us to look at the Clark County correspondence for various reasons. I won't go into it because Philip was wrong about which Clark County. He was thinking about Clark County, Ohio, which is where the Haitians were, but then he gave me figures from Clark County, Georgia. We sorted this out on email. It's fine. But the reason I'm reading this is not to embarrass poor old Philip, who has some great feedback, by the way. It's because he got me to look at Clark County, Ohio, and it was an interesting result. So just for you guys, for your interest, Clark County, Ohio went for Trump in the election by 29.4 points. That's up 6.1 points from his victory over Biden. Trump also won exactly 50% of the 19,758 votes in the city of Springfield, or almost exactly. So about 50%, compared to 45% last time, 43% in 2016. So Trump did do better in Springfield, Ohio, than he did in 2020. Whether it's to do with they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the pets that belong there, or whatever it was, I don't know. I'm just telling you the facts. We also got correspondence from a few people pointing out the graph that I put up last week about incumbents doing worse in this year's election than in their last election. A few of them noticed something which I didn't notice, that the graph said in the title, it was only of elections in developed countries. I didn't notice that. Well done for outspotting me. But there are figures out there for all democracies. I was looking it up. Over 80% of democracies, regardless of the state of development of that country, as long as it's a democracy, a real democracy, over 80% saw the incumbent party lose seats or lose voter share from the last election this year. That's the actual stat, okay? And in countries like Japan, Botswana, South Africa, incumbent parties there they were dominated. They were dominant, even though they'd been doing so well in domestic politics for decades. They lost their outright majorities in 2024. In Senegal, the new president became the first opposition candidate to win a presidential election in the first round since the country became independent in 1960. In Europe, voters across 14 countries sent strong messages to their incumbents as well. This is real. The incumbents thing is real. Some countries that bucked the trend, in case you're interested, were Mexico, Moldova, and the Dominican Republic. All saw incumbent parties gain seats or voter share compared to the last election on the backs of concerns over issues like gang violence, like Russian encroachment. I can't think of other stuff. Some countries did okay, but most didn't. Someone asked us to look at the midterms, by the way, as well, because that is less depressing, they said. I've lost their name. Let's look at the midterms quickly. as far as the House numbers go, Republicans are winning 12 districts at the moment by 3 points or less. They're winning 17 districts by 6 points or less. They're winning 23 districts by 9 points or less. So that suggests the Republicans are really gettable in 2026 in the House when they're facing a swing against the Trump administration, which almost always happens in the midterms, apart from 2018 for some reason. So we'll see. We'll see. But 12 districts within 3 points, that's very gettable. So I think you have cause for optimism in the House in 2026. Anonymous, not the Senate, that's for sure. Sexism correspondence from Watch Tings. I'm not sure about Chaz's take on misogyny, says Watch Tings. Now, what Watch Tings is referring to there is me saying that I thought it was unlikely that Harris lost because of direct sexism or racism, because if that was the case, you'd expect her to do worse in more racist areas, but she suffered a fairly uniform swing. Watch Tings said, on the surface level, I find the fact the swings were everywhere to be more indicative of a feature that applies to the whole population. Had the swings been more localised, it would indicate more specific issues. But unconscious gender bias is a well-established phenomenon at this point that applies to everyone in different amounts. So an evenly distributed swing away from a woman supports prejudice as a factor rather than detracting from it. And then Watch Things goes on to say, to be clear, I don't think it's at all clear or even likely it decided this election, but more than one thing can be true. And it's at least conceivable it played a part. You know, logically, you're undoubtedly correct, Watch Things. There's no way we can know one way or another. So I should probably be more careful with my wording. Fair call. I can't complain. Your logic is impeccable. Thank you. Recession correspondence. Cinetech says, after this result coming from economy stupid being the major factor, considering we're extremely likely to fall into a world synchronized recession, especially as unemployment is now looking very poor, how do you think Trump will react to walk into a very difficult 4 years, especially as his economic roadmap all but ensures a massive recession? There's a reason a large number of prize-winning economists warned against Trump. Do you think Trump will make it through the 4 years due to his likely mismanagement over his notable age issues? Hey, Senator, I'm not sure the economy is going to be all that bad for Trump, to be honest. It depends what he does. If Trump is sensible with tariffs and he doesn't deport too many people and he just basically passes some mild tax cuts and that's it, then he'll enjoy the current economy, which is fine, with the benefits also of Biden's industrial policy, which is set to kick in this term in a big way, and then add tax cuts on top, the economy could be motoring along in 2 years' time. It'd be doing terrible things for the deficit and the debt, but the economy would be doing very well. So I think it's too early to know what Trump's going to do and what effect it will have. I will say this, whatever happens, Trump's going to make it through the 4 years. You can count on that. You got to give Trump credit, okay? For anything you hate about him, you have to admit, he does not give up. He's not going to be giving up during this 4 years. Deportations correspondence from Akdong. Mass deportations is build the wall V2. They'll start posturing once they figure the impossibility and unpopularity of it all. Then they'll silently drop it. And that's that. Wonder why nobody raised the issue of the unbuilt wall as to show how trustworthy Trump's campaign promises can be. Look, you make a fair point about the wall. He certainly just dropped that within days of taking the presidency. But I do think Richie and I spoke about deportations at the end of the pod before, and I think the first few deportations are not going to be a problem for Trump at all, unless they're chosen stupidly. People want the right people gone. The right people being removed is going to be popular, but they have to be the right people. Doom Cycle Correspondence says that cycle, this is Espeka, says that the cycle that Chaz showed 2 weeks ago really piqued my interest, but also made me think of the prisoner's dilemma. because I don't think this cyclical raising of the stakes happens at the same time. Generally, I think one side starts pushing more polarized and extreme views in response to the other side's perceived extremeness. And the issue is, how do you get both sides to lay down arms or to lower the temperature at the same time? Because I think we can all imagine a scenario where the Democrats stop hounding Trump so hard on the fascism thing, while there's still people up there at Trump rallies calling Kamala the Antichrist. He then goes on to say, it still takes a really radical level of bravery to turn the other cheek and not hit back while the other side is going full steam ahead on the extreme views train. Absolutely right, Espaka. It takes inhuman patience to not take the bait and join the escalation cycle. That's why I was so impressed by Sarah McBride in her responses to Nancy Mace's bullying earlier this week, which I am going to talk about in the next podcast with Elle and Emma, but not now. People just need to try. Just try to be patient. Because I don't see any other way to hop out of the cycle that we're currently in other than be tolerant and patient. Someone just needs to be unnaturally tolerant. And I'll leave it at that, because I am getting really close to this hour. Let me squeeze in two more. Military firings correspondence. Completely tangential comment about the military firings that you mentioned, ignoring the ideological aspect and specific context of what you're talking about. Firing senior military staff without said staff committing some kind of negligence shouldn't be viewed as abnormal, says Ninja. Ninja says, technology and tactics development often outpaces senior leadership at military organizations, which can result in last war syndrome, where your generals countering new methods with outdated methods. Senior military positions have been quite political from the dawn of time, which is why some of these senior staff will stick around when they shouldn't. The US military understood this in World War II and would readily dismiss staff. Not that they were free of politics, but that's a whole other tangent, says Ninja. You do need experienced people to replace them, of course, otherwise you run into a winter war situation. But culling of leadership is healthy for a military organisation. The preciousness of holding on to experienced individuals and believing said experience has retained relevancy has resulted in a lot more disaster than you'd first imagine. Fair call, Ninja. You're wise in the ways of the ninja. I was thinking about the issues of cleaning out the upper positions for partisan reasons, though, and how that could affect the army in a negative fashion. But look, you might be right. This might be just like backburning, and it's a sign of a healthy military to keep turning over those generals. That may be the case. Finally, Alexander Hamilton correspondence. You might recall a few weeks back I gave you guys my theory of democracy, and I said that I wished Alexander Hamilton could have worded it for me. Well, Harry Numbnuts asked the ghost of Hamilton to do it through ChatGPT, and this is what the ghost came up with. Democracy's noble aim is not solely to crown the virtuous, but to furnish the people with the means to unseat the unworthy. It matters not if in a fervour of liberty the populace elects a fool. The essence of democracy lies in the people's right, at intervals both regular and reasonable, to cast out those whose actions threaten the nation's good, ensuring the preservation of the Republic before harm festers beyond repair. For what is power, if not the people's safeguard against tyranny's gradual creep? Really, my accent really drifted there. I was really getting into it. I was enjoying that a lot. It was, I was kind of doing a sort of hybrid between a Churchill and a Tony Blair and a few others as well. It's not very good, but it was fun. Wow, that was great. Well done, Ghost of Alexander Hamilton. That sounded much better than what I said on PEP. Thank you, Ghost of Alexander Hamilton. You have some panache. And that takes us, I think, pretty much to the hour mark of Jazz Unleashed, which is more than enough. I'm going to save the other topic for Monday, We're going to record Monday morning. That doesn't mean you'll get it on Monday morning because Lockie he's got other jobs. I'm not the only person in the world. So he's probably going to be editing this on Tuesday, which is when you'll get that podcast. So look out for another podcast, PEP 191, on Tuesday. And then there'll be one more for the end of the year on Friday, featuring none other than John Barron. Until then, stay peppy.